sit closer, feel free to do so. My name is Chu Nguyen. I am the Director of Programs with the 80/20 Foundation, and just wanted to welcome everyone here and online to day 2 of San Antonio Startup Week. And I'm really excited to welcome my guest today, Katrina Polanka.
Hi.
And Katrina, what do you do?
I am the VP of Global Partnerships for the San Antonio Spurs.
Go Spurs, go! Am I right? Awesome. Well, welcome to San Antonio Startup Week. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm really excited to have this conversation with you. Kind of like we talked about, I don't think we've really had a session really focused on being Asian American, certainly not a female Asian American, and so I really just want to know a little bit more about your journey and kind of share your experience and kind of hear about any of your challenges and your triumphs maybe as well, keeping it positive, and also have some room for Q&A. So, I mean, first things first, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and kind of your journey in regards to your career or even like personal?
Sure. Do you mind if I face you?
Yeah.
So I can feel like I'm having a conversation. Sure. So I was born and raised on Guam, which is, if you look on a map, it's between Japan and Australia, somewhere on that side of the world. Born and raised there, moved to New York in 2014 to pursue a dream in public relations. If I could be a journalist, that's what I would do for the rest of my life. But, you know, wanting to start a family potentially, I just figured I wouldn't be able to be a CNN world correspondent. So decided to pursue public relations because it gave me the chance to continue to write, which is really what I love doing, and had always been a fan of the NBA. So about a year into my career in PR, I applied for a job as the coordinator of marketing solutions for the Brooklyn Nets. And look, I'm from Guam, so I had no connections in the industry at all. And I ended up stalking the hiring manager on LinkedIn, sending her a message and saying, hey, this is what I have. Will you give me a chance to interview? She said yes, and I was at the Brooklyn Nets for about 3 years before really stumbling upon the world of esports and gaming. And that was when I moved across the country to take a director of sponsorship operations role with Twitch, managing their sponsorships in gaming and esports. Was there for about 2.5 years. And then a recruiter from the NBA reached out about this role in San Antonio, which I gladly accepted in May of this year.
Awesome. I mean, you went from, I mean, I already had that question of like, did you always love the NBA? What was your team? And also getting into e-gaming and esports, like those are all very male-dominated industries, or am I wrong?
You're generally right. A lot things have changed.
Okay.
I have to say, in the last few years, things have definitely felt different and been different. But generally, yes, I think a lot of the staff reflects the culture and the makeup of the city that you're in.
Okay.
So San Antonio in particular tends to be a little more diverse. So that's reflected in the employees and the makeup of the team. I can't say it was the same in a few of the other companies I worked for, but even in San Francisco, right? Like as an Asian American, I didn't feel like the minority. I felt like the majority there because the makeup of San Francisco is very diverse. So teams tend to reflect the makeup of their cities, I've found.
Okay, because I mean, that was a big curiosity for me, if you ever felt, I guess, like you did, if you didn't feel like you didn't belong. And if you did, or if you didn't, how did you navigate that? And, or do you have any advice for someone who might feel that they have that sense of my team does not reflect how I would like it to be, and how do I guess, make myself feel more comfortable, or, you know, be more vocal about it? I guess what advice would you give?
Yeah, I would say it's been a lot of recognition culturally for me about the way that I was raised. Being just little things, right? It's going to sound like stereotypes, but you know, you're raised to listen first and to not be the first to speak up. You're raised to respect people. Not that other cultures aren't raised in that way, but we're raised in a very different way to do that. So when I'm in a team meeting and I'm not the first to unmute and I'm not the first to speak up, I'd rather hear from other people first. Sometimes the feedback that you get in an annual performance review is, hey, you should speak up more. Hey, you should vocalize your thoughts more. And trying to push myself out of that box where I'm realizing a lot of this stems culturally in how I was raised, and almost trying to force myself, it can feel like forcing myself to be like someone I'm not. But recognizing that, hey, is that really me, or was I just brought up that way? Maybe I should start speaking up more and voicing my thoughts more and putting myself out there, self-promoting. Like, these are things that you just don't do in Asian American culture.
For sure.
So I think just recognition of those things, that the traits and behaviors I have because of how I grew up. And once you recognize it, you can then act differently and start to step beyond that.
It's interesting that you say that, because super small, but so with the way I was raised, especially in the food, and like when you're at a family party or a family dinner, if it's like buffet style, I was always taught like, okay, your elders go first, okay, right? Like you always invite them to go, then the kids, I'm still a kid in their eyes, go last. But I'm married to someone who is not Asian, and it's the reverse. They very much push and nudge the kids to go first, and it's very uncomfortable. So I guess, did you ever feel uncomfortable kind of breaking out of that, those habits on how you were raised, and I guess how do you overcome it? Because I guess like forcing it is a little bit of how it reads to me, right? Like you just have to like make yourself do it to get more comfortable. But again, like for some that I think maybe that are younger, or even people that have been around still but are just so ingrained with that cultural aspect and how you're raised, and the respect for your elders and like seniors, how do you get over that uncomfortable feeling, and do you still feel that way?
A little trick. So when I'm in meetings, I always have a Post-it in front of me, and I write down exactly what I want to say. A quick sentence. So that way I'm like practicing it in my head before I actually say it out loud, until I get used to doing that instinctually. So that's how I've gotten around just the fear of, like, sometimes I look around and I'm like, how are people so comfortable? They formulate their thoughts so quickly and can just jump in. So I've been practicing. I still do it. I keep Post-its, and as the meeting is happening, I'm like, okay, I make an active effort to tell myself, I'm going to participate in this meeting. I'm going to say something, and I'm going to quickly jot it down so that when the time comes, I'm not afraid of saying something stupid, which really is at the heart of it, is like what we fear, right? Like, oh, I don't want to sound dumb, or I don't want to sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. So that's a little trick that's helped me, but other than forcing it and just having the confidence in your own knowledge that you know what you're talking about, and I think if you can get over that insecurity, it helps.
Going into like what really specifically, have you ever felt uncomfortable being in a room? Have you seen yourself be the only Asian American person in the room? And how do you do you want to see something different? Do you wish that there were more Asian Americans on your team or in your organization? And what do you hope to see, like, I don't know, in 10 years? A room full of Asian American people, or like a mix, or, you know, I think we always talk about diversity, and that's kind of what we talked about yesterday. And you kind of have to not just talk about your own culture, but also everyone else's. So I don't know if that's a roundabout question, and if I asked a question, but I guess my question is, in 10 years, what do you hope to see for yourself and how you look out, I guess, at a meeting or in leadership?
Definitely want to see it be more diverse. I think the ultimate litmus test, I'm not going to say which organization this was at, but we wanted to play, we had like a team outing, and, you know, as part of your team retreats, you do something fun. And one of the games that our leadership wanted to play was bring your baby photo and have people guess who the baby is. I was one of 2 Asians on a team of 20. And I said, well, that's going to be an easy one to guess, because there are 2 of us. You have a 50-50 chance of getting it right. To me, if your team can play the baby picture game and it still be a competitive game, you have a diverse team. And that's what I hope to see in the future. And I think companies now are starting to get it, and starting to put, it's not just hiring people of diverse backgrounds, but putting them in positions of leadership and power, so that you recognize some of these traits that you know you grew up with and recognize it in others on your team. For example, if we're equating people speaking up to intelligence, then as someone who doesn't equate those 2 things, knowing how I grew up, right? Like, just because someone is quiet, it doesn't mean they're not smart. But if you didn't grow up in an environment like that, you might equate the 2. And so having people from diverse backgrounds in positions of leadership who can recognize those things in their own team, I think, is really important. What was the second part of your question?
I can't remember. It was mostly thinking about the future, and I guess like what you'd want to see for yourself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was going to touch on that. So I can't just go, hey, I want to see a whole room full of Asian American people. That's not what I want to see. I think being in San Antonio and being exposed to a completely different culture, right? The Hispanic culture and some of their own traditions, the nuances in language and how people were raised, I don't think that it's necessarily about any particular type of makeup on a team, but more so the understanding between cultures, and that we all come from a different place. And even as Asian Americans, right? Like, you were probably raised very differently than I was. So understanding the subtleties and nuances of those things and trying to come to a center of understanding where I appreciate someone who has a different perspective or who sees things a little different. Not just that, but that I'm really listening to you and hearing you when you tell me that this ad campaign that we're about to run isn't going to read right. And having people feel empowered to say those things, I think it's all of the above.
I hope all of those things too. In addition to, dare I say it, a room full of Asian people. I don't see it very often, unless I go to Costco. I'm from Houston, so diversity is that's a drop. I mean, you see it everywhere, and it was a little bit of a culture shock for me, even coming from Houston, which is just 180 miles east from here. To just see such big differences in the way they celebrate traditions, the annual holidays. Like Fiesta is not a thing that we celebrate in Houston. That's very much uniquely San Antonio. But jumping into maybe like talking about some challenges, have you ever felt like being Asian has been a hurdle for you? Or have you ever experienced anyone really just like racism against you at work or just like in passing? Because I think you were in San Francisco, you were in New York, so I didn't know if like, because it was more diverse there, if you felt that it was more accepting or if it had somehow been a hurdle.
I don't think I've experienced it in the way that, in such a strong way. I think it's in the subtleties, right? It's in the subtleties of when I walk into a room with my colleagues, I am not assumed to be the vice president of partnerships. When I walk into a room, I'm not assumed that I'm the person that you should shake hands with. When I sit at a conference table, I don't feel like necessarily people are, making that connection that I am who I am. And I don't need them to be, but it's in those small things of like, oh, like a little surprised almost when I introduce myself and who I am. And a little surprised in, I think, how we need to conduct ourselves, not just as Asian women, but even just as women in general, right? There are things sometimes that maybe men can say and not be looked at a second time, versus we have to be a little more tactful in how we say something, otherwise we get a label put on ourselves. So I don't know that it's racism in how you describe it or how someone might think of it, but it definitely, I've experienced the microaggressions that come with looking the way I do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so I feel the same way as you, and in that it hasn't been overt, or I don't know, maybe it has. But it's definitely something that I know that my non-Asian colleagues would not experience, and that's based off of the way that I look. And I mean, I get over it, but I think it's definitely something that comes and is always in the back of my mind, right? Especially last year, or continuing into this year, just the increase in violence against really our community, and how it hasn't really had the spotlight that it deserves. It's often overlooked, and it's often disregarded, I think. And I feel like it should be more, because it has often been to our community of seniors. And so for me, I don't know, it like really tears on my heartstrings. And so I always think about it now, and like, how do I be a better ally to my community? How do I stand up for not just my, Vietnamese family, but how do I stand up to anyone who identifies as Asian in my workplace? And I guess my next question is, how do you be an ally, and how do you help educate other people to really learn more about your background or Asian background in general, so that they could have a better understanding, but also be able to just have more empathy for when those kinds of things happen?
Yes. So when COVID hit, I was very lucky to be in the industry that I was. I was at Twitch, and we did not lose, like we were never based in live events. So we didn't feel a lot of the pandemic, other than we were all working from home, which was strange, but we didn't feel it as hard as a sports venue would. So I was really lucky in that sense. But all around, I saw people losing their jobs. And I started to ask myself, if I lost my job tomorrow, would I still know who I am? And the answer was no. My career up until that point had been so closely tied to my identity that when someone asks me, hey, tell me about yourself, you just asked me that. What did I do? I ran you through my resume. Why did I do that? Is that who I am? Is that all I am? I'm trying to get better at answering that question, and I failed this test, right? I walked you through my resume.
We can try again.
But I shouldn't. I should tell you about other dimensions of me. And so 4 or 5 months into the pandemic, I started exploring what those other dimensions were. And one of them was just sharing my own experience in the hopes that people who look like me will find it and that they'll know they're not alone. And I'm not here to give advice. I'm not a coach. I'm not trying to do any of that. All I'm simply trying to do is be more open and honest about my experiences and hope that someone who reads it can relate. So I have a website, it's just my name, katrinapolanca.com. I blog every Sunday, and I try to write about self-advancement, career advancement, and just sharing some of the struggles that I've been facing. I post about it on Instagram, and if you want to get really in depth with me, I do Sunday letters. It's an email newsletter, and it comes through text too. And 2 weeks ago, I shared a full history of my salaries, actual dollar figures of how much I've made since I've started my career, and things like that, right? Like, money is so taboo for everybody, but that hurts women, and it hurts women of color if we don't know what the other person is making. And even as I released it, I didn't know if people were going to look at that and go, wow, she makes so little, or wow, she makes a lot. I have no benchmark for what it is. So I think the more we can be transparent about that, the Sunday letters are where I get really honest.
Yeah, I subscribe to them, and I really enjoy reading them. A lot of the times where, and I don't know how you, there might be other people who read your newsletter who are like, okay, I'm gonna reply to Katrina right now, but I'm scared, and I don't know if I should or not. So I guess, like, in short, one, should your newsletter readers respond if they feel a certain way or another? Do you read them? And then secondary, kind of as you were talking about, you have a background in journalism, and if you could, that would be your life. And so I have a sense that is your way to kind of dive into the journalism side. But then I feel like getting the newsletter and like through text has been maybe some experience of like your career, and I guess how has your skills professionally helped you develop katrinapolanca.com?
Yes, so please respond. I read them all. I do. And I respond back if you respond to me. Today's weekly challenge is to celebrate an accomplishment of yours in public.
Ooh,
so that's
we'll do
what
that today.
Yes. Do not be afraid. Speak up about, be proud, self-promote. Women don't brag enough at work, and we should. So that's today's challenge, and a couple of people responded to it saying that they're going to try it, so I can't wait to see what else comes in. So I do read them, yes, and you nailed it on the head with, me wanting to just kind of dive back into a creative outlet that I love. I just really love writing. So starting this venture was my way of getting back in touch with that side that I lost for 5 or 6 years since I left journalism.
This is a lot, you've only started at Spurs for a couple of months, but I mean, down the line, do you think that you'd want to, own your own publication or like publish an e-zine? Or I know this is not writing at all, but I think some people do write their scripts, like have a podcast. Have you thought of anything like that for the future?
I eventually want to write a book, and
okay.
I eventually want to tour universities that have student populations with diverse backgrounds.
Oh, very cool.
And talk about it. That's probably years to come, but eventually that's what I want to do.
It sounds like you have a plan, a 10, 20, I don't know, however long it takes. It sounds like an awesome plan. I think that is, we talked a little bit about like universities and students yesterday. I think, would you ever consider, it sounds like your target is more like college students, but would you ever consider talking to students younger, or maybe students that aren't going the traditional college route?
Yeah, so definitely. I think high school is very interesting because looking back on who I was in high school, I wish I could just tell myself how much it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Things that just felt so important back then are just so meaningless now. You know, like I didn't make National Honor Society. I beat myself up over that. And it's like, it had no bearing on my success and what I was able to do. And those things that you think are so important back then are just not. And I think like that's such an interesting formative time in our lives. But I think college is particularly interesting to me because you get shoved into this, you know, you're in debt. you get put in there and you have to make these crazy life decisions, and you're coming out of 18 years of not having been able to explore your passion. And then your freshman year of college, you're expected to just pick a track that's going to take you through the rest of your life. It's kind of insane. So like that freshman class, I think is very interesting because like they're finding themselves for the first time making these big life decisions that are going to, you know, affect them forever, and they haven't really been prepared to do that. So I think like the answer is yes, just because I wish all people in high school would just understand it. Like it does not matter. You can do whatever you want in life, and what you think is the most important thing on that day in your sophomore year, like really has no bearing on what you're going to be able to do in the future.
Yeah, speaking of which, I think I remember that you started in college studying biology, right? You were on the pre-med track, which maybe for some of my Asian brothers and sisters are very familiar with. We had limited choices in college. It was, at least for me, it was doctor, engineer, lawyer, teacher, or nurse. Other than that, you had to become a sister. I was also raised Catholic, so double whammy. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think you get so ingrained again. I think it's a lot of culture has to do with how you think and when you enter college. And then that nurture part becomes a little bit detached as nature, which I would say is school, takes over. And so I do think it's really interesting. But I mean, you're an example that you went down this biology track, you were gonna be a doctor. What made you switch?
There was a single pivotal moment in my life. I got into a huge fight with my parents, and I walked out of the house, and they said, "We're not going to support you in college anymore." I said, "Okay." I had a full ride because I was the valedictorian of my high school, so I ended up going to college at the local university. And one day, my husband's aunt, who played a really big part in one, us being together, and two, the fact that I'm here today, it's funny how these like crazy life moments happen unplanned. Like we were watching a movie, the credits were rolling, it was late at night, and she just looked at me and said, "Do you really want to be a doctor?" And I said, "Yes, I do. I've been wanting to become a doctor my whole life. Of course I do." And she was like, "You know, you only have one life. Just make sure you're doing it for your own happiness." And that was the moment I changed my major.
Wow. I mean, thank you to your aunt, because you wouldn't be here today, or maybe you would have been a doctor. Or I guess also, again, like you only get one life, but also I think to your point of you can do whatever you want. I think maybe if you really love journalism and you love writing, that even down the line, if you became a doctor, you would have found I feel like you would have found an outlet maybe, or you would have gotten into medical school, probably. You're a valedictorian of high school, and you would have just kind of had a thought, but it took your aunt, and luckily early on, you just started college and you decided, I mean, that's a big leap. I think for some people, and I know I've talked to some of my friends who, and some of my family who never wanted to disappoint their parents. They would never do it. They would never dare. Always go to school, straight line track, get those degrees, get those certifications, and there was nothing else for them. They would never want to do that. So kudos to you for being so ballsy, if I can say that word. And I mean, I think it's also really indicative of like having those support and what someone that I know calls as their personal board of directors. But I guess a question that I have is, do you have like mentors or supporters? Like, who do you lean on when you have that, you know, life-changing decision to make? Like, or is that just like Katrina internally talking to herself? How do you make those decisions? Who is your support group?
When I was deciding whether to take this job at the Spurs, it was a board of directors of 5 people, 2 mentors, my mom, and 2 friends, and of course my husband, who's been amazing. But he already gave me his answers, so the board of directors of 5 was the vote, and they challenged me to think about things I wasn't thinking about. And one of them was actually this, you know, starting this blog and starting my newsletter. I thought to myself, I'm not going to be able to keep up with this side of me if I start a new job. I thought it was one or the other. And one of my mentors said, Katrina, that's a cop-out. Like, you should not use that as an excuse. You can do both. You will find, if it's that important to you to keep up with what you want to be doing with young women and Asian American women, you'll find a way. And if you're already trying to excuse yourself because you're going to take on a new career and you're going to drop that to the side, that's a cop-out. And I said, whoa, that's a reality check. Thank you for pointing that out to me. So those are my 5, 2 friends, 2 mentors, my mom.
Can I ask about the mentors and where you found them?
Yes, so I feel like early on in my career, I'd go to these panels and you'd hear a lot about how networking is so important. And it is important. But networking, at least for me, I personally am an introvert. It doesn't happen. I can't force networking. Yeah. I find it so awkward to just introduce myself in a room with a stranger. Like, that's not how it happens. So for me, my mentors were people who played important roles in my career. So one of them was my first boss, the lady that hired me at the Brooklyn Nets. And the other is the former CMO of the Brooklyn Nets, who, they're both from the Nets, but we followed each other all throughout my career, and I text them for advice every day.
That's awesome. I think, I also do not love networking. Also consider myself an introvert. I have kind of spun it though into just calling it relationship building, and I think it's more of an approachable way to kind of call it, because you're not working by yourself, right? You're always gonna, or hopefully not, unless you're like a solo entrepreneur. But even then, I think my whole theme is you're never really alone. And so how do you build those relationships around you and then identify the person in your life, whether that's personal or professional, how are they supportive of you and your career, and giving you those reality checks, right? They're not giving you a free pass. They're not letting like, well, Katrina, like, you're right, you're starting a new career, maybe you won't have time. They kind of just put the stick in the ground and say, you're gonna find time, or you're just gonna have to say that you don't prioritize it, right? Because that's not as important as what you might have thought. So mentors are just, I think, so important, and a support group is so important, especially I think for me, just trying to like really find out, is this the right thing for me to do? Should I speak up? I think that's a big fear that we all have, and wondering if you're going to get labeled as too aggressive or too bossy or too spoken out, too opinionated, which I often do think that tends to be labeled to a female employee versus a male employee. But I think it's certainly, it helps having a support system and having those board of directors and really getting that reality check is key to, I guess, I think building you to where you are today. I have some questions about, what you're doing at the Spurs. I mean, what are you working on? What are you excited about? What have you, I'll just start there.
Yeah, a lot. We are trying to find purpose-driven partnerships with the Spurs. So we have a great roster of partners right now that we work with, but we want to be better at making sure that everything we partner with a brand on is impactful and purposeful. So that can mean community and societal impact. It can mean giving back. But it can also mean, how do we improve the fan experience at the arena? How do we bring fans who do not live in San Antonio closer to the game? Making sure that a brand isn't just coming in and putting their logo up somewhere and calling it a day. We want to make sure that at the heart of anything that we do with a brand is serving some sort of purpose for our fans or our community.
Do you have any brands like on your mind that you would love to be part of the partnership family, I guess is what I would call it?
I do.
And can you share?
There are a couple. I love obviously Procter & Gamble is an obvious one. They have so many consumer-facing brands that have so many different messages. They've been really good at their community and societal impact platforms, and diversity and inclusion being one of the verticals that they're really strong at. So they're probably a dream one, just because they own such a wide portfolio of brands that we can use to reach the mass market. We're really interested in growing in Mexico. So there are brands specific to Mexico that we're looking at, and I really want to. I don't know enough, right? Like, I don't know enough about the country. I want to be able to go there and experience it for a little bit, so that when we're launching brand partnerships there, we're not doing it in a distasteful American way.
Sure. Yeah. You don't want to make a bad impression, I guess you could say. Cool. I mean, we always talk about the South, and I guess, let me see what kind of time. We have a couple more questions, and then if there's anyone who wants to do Q&A, there's a mic here that you can come and ask any questions, or also if you want to drop it in the chat, I can read it on my phone and ask Katrina as well. What have you've been in San Antonio for, oh my gosh, a couple of months, less than 6 months, right? Less than 6 months.
5 months.
What have you learned so far, and how, wow, I'm just having like multiple questions blast in my brain, because this is very separate. What have you learned about San Antonio so far, and how have you seen a difference in fans of the Spurs and fans of the Nets? Are they different?
They're very different. Can we just talk about Fiesta for a second?
Sure.
Fiesta. Why don't more people know about Fiesta? I mean, that needs to be on the level of Mardi Gras. And they're different, right? But it needs to be on that level of, like, if I don't live in San Antonio, I want to come to San Antonio for Fiesta in the same way that people want to go to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. I don't understand why it's not a thing. I think that's crazy. Like, we need to start, like, blasting that out more. It's awesome. So Fiesta was something that I learned about, even though I know this year it wasn't real. Everyone was like, this is such a toned down version of Fiesta, you don't even know. So I'm excited to see real Fiesta. It's the one thing I think I've learned since I've gotten here. And yeah, the fans are very different. I think what San Antonio, first of all, I grew up a Spurs fan, even if I grew up in Guam. Go Spurs, go. So this is a dream. And what you have here is special because you have a venue and a team that has so much history. I think, like, working at the Nets, it was very different. It's a it's a lifestyle thing. It's a cool thing. You walk into the arena and it's beautiful, but you can't say that this is where they won 5 championships. Like, there isn't the soul that I think San Antonio comes with.
Yeah, I am a reformed Spurs fan. I come from Houston.
Don't say it.
Well,
we don't
it's out
care.
in public now, but I will say I have been to 2 Houston Rockets versus Spurs games, and I do not cheer for the Rockets. So
there you go.
There's that. I also agree. You can see it at the game, I think, and you can feel it at the game, which is why aside from me loving to cheer, I just think you have there's a team and a spirit that you feel that you don't feel at anywhere else. And I think maybe that translates to San Antonio as a city, and hopefully you feel that sense too as you are here and kind of start your roots here and kind of grow partnerships here, not just inside the Spurs, but also outside in your life and in KatrinaPolanka.com. I think San Antonio is very unique in that way. Fiesta, yes, I agree, needs to be. I mean, did you know about Fiesta before you came here, or how did you find out?
I did not know about Fiesta. How did I find out about Fiesta? I got here in late April, so I think it was around the time that it was starting up. And, you know, when you have new coworkers, you go in and you're like, I'll take all the recommendations you have. And they're like, Fiesta. So that's how I learned about it, learned about the medals. It's just so cool. I don't know why more people don't know about it.
Well, what I've heard is San Antonio is not very good at telling our story, so maybe that's a little bit of it, but maybe you can help out there a little bit and share that Fiesta story with your network and with maybe people from San Francisco to experience, because I'm sure that would be a culture shock for them to experience Fiesta, or even New York. Like, what is there that would be even similar to a Fiesta?
Nothing.
Or in San Francisco.
Pride Parade. But nothing that's unique to the city in the way that like Fiesta only happens here or Mardi Gras only happens there. It's so special.
You haven't even been to the rodeo yet.
I haven't. I'm pumped though. I'm excited. It's
special. I mean, it's smaller than Houston, sorry guys, but it comes before the Houston rodeo, and it is something. It's just a fun time. Again, I just love fun, so I don't really have any bad things to say about any events, really. But I mean, we have some time for Q&A, but also wanted to circle back on 2 things. I mean, well, I won't make you tell me a little bit more about yourself, but I hope that we can revisit that sometime and not go through your resume. But do you have a big accomplishment that you would like to share in public today? If you haven't.
I think getting here, you know, like I grew up a Spurs fan. In 2013, we planned a trip from Guam to the mainland, so here, and we were planning to visit 3 places. Our home base was San Diego, and we wanted to visit Washington, D.C. and New York for the first time, and we did. But it was the year that you all made the finals. So we were college kids, so we didn't have any money, but we thought, like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Like, we have to go. So we spent $350 a ticket on nosebleed seats. We were probably 4 rows from the top. And we could not afford to get a hotel room, so we flew into Austin, drove to AT&T Center, watched the finals in our nosebleed seats, paid too much money for it, drove back to the airport, and slept at the airport to just have that experience with the team. And so I think like getting here and working for this organization is just serendipitous.
And now you're not in the nosebleeds, I imagine.
I am not in the nosebleeds, but let me just tell you, the soul is up in the nosebleeds, man.
I'm sure some of the biggest fans are up there, like yourself. Well, awesome. I mean, I will also take the time to share my accomplishment, if you so have me. I think being here today and having a great team put on San Antonio Startup Week, and we have 8 more days of content, and I'm really excited about it. And I've received just such positive reinforcement, but also just positive feedback, and I just have really enjoyed the past 1-ish days of Startup Week, and I'm ready to do the next 8. So I feel great about the content that we have planned today with the speakers that we have today and the rest, and just thank you for being here.
Thank you. Great work. Congrats.
Does anyone have any questions? We have some time. You have to flip the...
Test. Okay. I took your advice in the beginning where you wrote a note on what question I was going to say. So I swear I was listening, but I also was practicing.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Ansley Partosa. I'm the head of the Greater Gaming Society. I wanted to ask, what advice would you give to an Asian American that's going for a job that their family might not quite agree with? When you guys were listing oh, it was either nurse or doctor, or I definitely resonated with that. And I wanted to know also, how do you keep motivation, and do you have an inspiring quote or something? Because I know there's people even younger than me who want to break out into different fields. When I was in high school, I didn't know public relations was a major. So that's how little I knew about different facets of life or careers. But yeah.
Are you a public relations major?
I am not. I majored in 3D animation, so super.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's arts and stuff, but now I'm going back for classes for marketing, so yeah.
Okay. See, oh, that's awesome. Okay, so the first part of the question, your family will come around. My family did, and it wasn't easy. When I made that decision, we didn't talk for 6 months, September through April, and I only remember that because my dad celebrated his birthday in April, and my mom invited me to his birthday party, and that was the first time we had talked in so long. So they'll come around, and after that, my relationship with my parents is still not the strongest, but they're around. I'm still on a family chat. I call my mom for advice. If you do what you love, you will be successful, and then they'll come around. So that's the first part of your question. And then on motivation, there is a quote. So it's long. I actually don't memorize it, but it's by Marianne Williamson. And she talks about it's something about man, I'm really killing this. We're not afraid of our darkness, we're afraid of how great we are. We're afraid that we're too good. And who are we to be too good? Who are we to shine our light? And I think we need to not do that. We need to believe that there's greatness in us, and we need to lean 100% into that. And don't be afraid of your light, and don't be afraid of being who am I to be great at 3D animation? Who am I to be the VP of partnerships at the Spurs? I'm no one. I went to the University of Guam, right? Those thoughts are prohibitive, and we need to just lean into that little whisper in us that you know what you're good at. You know exactly what you want to do in life. I believe everyone in here does, and I believe that we should lean into it.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I have a question here. What responsibility do you believe the Spurs have as trailblazers in recruiting players from around the world to connect with the global community?
A big responsibility. This is something that, coming from outside of the organization and joining the Spurs, they don't even realize how good they are at developing talent, at forming leaders, at everything that they've done to grow people from the ground up. And in the next few months, you're going to see us really start to crystallize that, formalize it, and share that gift with the world. And you can now with digital and how you're able to scale things and curriculums. You're going to see us start to lean very heavily into that. I think we're going through the exercise right now of identifying how to do that. And we do see it as our responsibility to not keep that hidden in our organization, but rather to take that formula that clearly works and share it not just within sports, but within communities, within organizations, leadership being at the core of that. We know how to build leaders. I mean, they're an amazing group there. I was so scared to walk into this organization, afraid that I had never led a team this big, 20 plus people. The largest team I've ever led was about 5. So in preparation for coming here, I was getting people's advice. How do you lead a team? How do you be a good leader? How do you not micromanage? All of these questions, and I walk in and I'm like, wow, I'm learning more about leadership here than I have ever, than all of the advice put together. So I think we do see it as our responsibility, and it's just a matter of how can we scale and share that knowledge with others.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any other questions in the chat. Oh gosh. All right. Well, thank you again, Katrina.
Thank you.
our panel discussion. We're talking about investing in diverse founders. And so first, we'll just kind of take a couple minutes to introduce the panel and myself. My name's Dan Graham. I'm a partner at Notley, which is an impact/investment organization based in Austin, Texas, but doing a lot of work and building a strong presence here in San Antonio as well. So I'm really excited to be here. We use investment capital gains to fund impact organizations and do a lot in the investment space within women founders, diverse and underrepresented minority founders, and we'll be talking a good bit about that as we go. But want to introduce you to the panel, and if you all wouldn't mind just saying a few words about who you are, why this topic's important to you, and a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kat Dazan. I'm co-founder and COO of Active Capital. Active Capital is a venture firm here in San Antonio, and we invest in pre-seed and seed stage SaaS technology companies. We are very active to our name. Even post investment, we do what we can to work with our founders and entrepreneurs to help them scale, grow, and get to the next level in their business. Outside of that, I'm a former 10-year racker, so tech has been my life. And this panel talk is very important to me because as a Latin entrepreneur, as a founder, I need to see more of us doing more in business and growing, and I think it's a very important topic that we should talk about, so I'm excited to share my thoughts with you today.
David Robinson Jr. I'm Director of Placemaking at Weston Urban. Weston Urban is a real estate development firm that actually renovated the building that we're in right now, as well as, we have about 25 acres surrounding Frost Tower and really focused on revitalizing downtown San Antonio. A big part of that is the tech community and trying to bring more talent and more companies here. We're all kind of tied in the same ecosystem here. And then, for my family, we've seen the opportunity for a black family to have upward mobility. My great-grandparents were military, grandparents were military. My dad happened to be 7 feet tall and played basketball. And so that was like the one thing that broke that kind of chain, and he was in the military. And then now, we've had the opportunity to start a family office, invest, and a big part of that is thinking about how to create more diverse opportunities. We started in education, and that's really where my dad had spent a lot of time, but then now moving our way upstream and thinking about how to provide more capital, how to provide more opportunities for people of color in business and across the board in real estate, tech, and really focused in Texas, South Texas, northern Mexico.
Hey folks, my name is Ethan, and I actually work for Dan at Notley in Austin. I manage our investment portfolio, and as Dan mentioned, we use our investments to power a lot of the social good that we're really proud of in Austin and now in San Antonio. And in February, I'll be leaving Notley to launch my own venture fund called New Type Ventures, and we are specifically investing in African American, Latin American, and Native American founders. It's important to us because obviously I myself am African American and Latin American. My family is actually from San Antonio. I spent my childhood summers on the west side in Woodlawn, so that's where my family comes from. And I see so much potential in our community in San Antonio, in Dallas, where I was born and raised, in Austin, and just throughout the country with founders who look like us on this panel. And unfortunately, even though there's so much potential, there clearly isn't enough venture capital, right, to match that potential. We, just between African American and Latin American folks, make up about a third of the US population, but we only get about 2.5% of the venture capital funding, right? And that has to change. And so hopefully folks, listening to this panel, listening to us discuss these things, they're inspired to change that so that the venture capital, even the founders themselves, start to reflect what our community looks like.
Yes, I think that number, 2.5% of the venture capital going to underrepresented founders is a startling number, especially in light of the population. And I think while the number is easy to calculate and come up with. I think the underlying causes are more nuanced and more complicated and various. I'm curious, how do you, when you think about this challenge, how do you frame the problem? You know, what are the buckets that need to have attention put on them in order to bump that number to where it should be?
I think what plays into these numbers is the fact that there's a lack of representation on both sides of the table, right? So to have that ability to come to a table and have a diverse group of investors talking to and working with you is what really would move the needle. And right now in the VC space, it is lacking with minority representation. I represent the 1% in VC, which is Latinx investors. So already the numbers are very staggering as far as how it spreads into these types of conversations because of the lack of full diversity on the investor side.
Just to quickly follow up on that,
Sure.
I guess if the implication is if there are more black and brown investors, there will be more funding to black and brown founders. There's an implication in there that there's a reason white investors aren't investing in black and brown founders. Why is that?
I feel like most folks that invest, it's easier to look at the network, what's comfortable, what is relatable, and sometimes I think it's missed if there isn't diverse thought when you're thinking through and making those investments. So there's something to be said to have a female partner in the firm, having a diverse set of decision makers that are looking at each opportunity in a group setting, but also bringing to light what the investors' backgrounds have given them the experience to invest in. So I think there's a more work to be done there.
Yeah, and I think as well that there's maybe a lack of understanding broadly on how investment decisions are made in the first place. And so one thing that over the last 6 years as I've been in the investment world trying to learn this space, it is not obvious, but investment products are truly products. So, you know, you are either in two categories: you're investing your own money, and then you don't have to answer to anybody, or most people are investing other people's money. And so when you're investing other people's money, you are truly out there having to create a product, a fund, a direct investment, some type, or if you're a wealth manager, creating some strategy, you have to fit that into a nice little box to then sell to people with money to get their money to invest. And a lot of those, there's a lot of implicit bias in those products, and people are leveraging their own networks, and they have to then sell these nice little boxes, nice little investment parameters, and those parameters, when translated to the real world, end up really favoring like white males from Silicon Valley that went to Stanford who fit that nice box with track record and everything that you're looking for. And so really I think the deep work needs to be stretching those investment parameters, creating products that fit black and brown founders, female founders that don't look like what people are expecting a founder to look like. And that missing, you know, getting the money from the pensions down into the ground to the west side of San Antonio, that's what's missing. It's those investment parameters don't fit the founder from the west side of San Antonio. They fit the founder from Silicon Valley, you know, perfectly. So that's a huge missing point from like the big money to the ground.
And I'll say that, you know, Kat and David are really nice people, because I think investors are idiots. And I think one of the big reasons why we don't have more venture capital in our communities is that these investors are dumb and they're missing out on very powerful trends here. Whether you like it or not, folks who look like us are going to resemble the US population, right? We're going to be the majority, not the minority. And so these folks, I think, are just burying their heads in the sand and just want to retain whatever they have. But the reality is that they're fighting math, and they can get away with it because venture capital is not competitive, right? To David's point, there aren't many folks who do it, and they raise from the same people, so they don't have to compete. But what happens when you have to compete? In any industry in which you have to compete, profits go down, right? You have to do more to get less, right? And that's what's happening in venture. Right now, we've never seen so many people entering venture capital. We've seen so many people, obviously in Austin, but we're also seeing people in San Antonio and Dallas, other parts of the US, Miami, who are coming in and they're competing and winning the deals that the initial venture capitalists in the Bay Area, you know, normally would have won, but they're not winning anymore, right? And now they actually have to compete. And so I think we will naturally see more investment in our community purely because we're getting investors who look like us, but also just savvier investors who realize that this is a demographic shift that is going to happen. It's inevitable. And you don't invest in what's happened. You're trying to invest in what's going to happen, right? You don't go where the puck's been. You go to where the puck is going. And I think we'll see that in venture capital soon enough.
So you've got issues with the makeup of the VCs and the types of opportunities that they're kind of open to seeing and the diversity of perspective that they are kind of using to filter the world. You've got limited partners who are giving the money who have particular headspace around what a thesis might look like that they're interested in investing in, which favors white male founders, and investors who just aren't seeing the opportunity, who are stupid. Yep. And so, where do you start? Like, what do you do about that collection of problems, or can you do anything about it?
I think when I first came into VC, there were these protocols that you had to get a warm introduction into a VC if you were an entrepreneur trying to raise funds. You needed to know people. You needed to do certain things. And I think the thing that's going to change is finding the right VCs that don't do that. They welcome a cold email. They welcome you walking up to them and starting a conversation. So I think some of that is starting to change. I see VCs that are open to being more approachable, more accessible, but right now there's still a good portion that still require these ways of being introduced, warmly introduced. And I feel like that's still very much a barrier for a lot of entrepreneurs that just may not have that network, might not have that ability to go into these firms and start the conversation. So I feel like that is a huge opportunity for us to improve the numbers overall globally to allow more access and more conversations to be held.
What do you see in your own deal flow? What are the sources and how do you filter through it?
So I'm going to toot my own horn. So we welcome the cold emails. We put ourselves in every position to be met with. Founders have really trusted us to be brought into their circles. So we're getting founder to founder. We're actually bypassing a lot of the VC to VC, which is amazing because if we've invested in you and you've got a great circle and an amazing network of other founders, and you trust us enough to introduce us into those relationships, that has bode well for my firm. And I think it allows us to just seem more approachable. They realize we're a partner, we're less of an investor, and we're really in on their journey. And again, it just depends on the VC firm and their culture and their thinking when they meet in entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too, as entrepreneurs, and the investors should be doing this work, but a lot of them are stupid, is it's this risk return paradigm. And so as an entrepreneur, you really need to create a narrative, redefine a thesis that really starts to where the perceived risk of going into something that the investor would not be as comfortable with is outweighed by the return. So, one thing Ethan brought up is math. I mean, just pure growth metrics, where everything in our economy is defined in growth. So when you look at tech penetration, where's the true opportunity, population growth? Where are the opportunities for the most customers? Where's the new consumer spending power? It's in people of color, it's in women, where now you're having more equity and more access, and that converts into consumers. And those consumers are not very catered to. So where's the highest level of growth? Where is the highest margin of upside? If you're able to talk in that language where you're saying this is an underserved, this isn't charity, this is a business. Because we're talking about investing in diverse founders, and anytime you go to an investor, you're going to have to spell out that business case. And it's talking about maybe this perceived risk against the opportunity. Mm-hmm. And that's in growth, and that's in opportunity that's not being met. And I think speaking through that language, one, investor should be doing their own work to find that own thesis. But as an entrepreneur, you have to be able to talk in that narrative. You have to be able to build that, that quantitative story to say underserved, consumer power is here. And the products that are existing out there are, they're targeting the, white male, like all the fitness products, Peloton and, the new rowing equipment. Like that's a very, they're targeting the 28-year-old software engineer. It's like, okay, well, what about the 47-year-old black female? Who's catering that? Who's creating fitness products towards that demographic. And so there's a hole there. So, really the narrative there, I think, has to be strong, and you have to be able to craft that in a way where you're spelling out that return risk dynamic.
Yeah, so there's certainly at the startup phase when you're trying to decide what business to launch and trying to craft a business and a model that is fundable. What's the advice you would give to a founder who's already started a business and is looking for funding, given that the obvious places to go have these implicit biases built into them and are unlikely to fund them? What kind of options do they have, or what would you recommend that they do?
I mean, I think it depends on what type of business it is and what type of money you need. So most businesses don't need venture capital. So the question, if you are, depending on what type of business, if you're a B2B SaaS company, then call CAT. But if you're if you're selling T-shirts and you want to go, or you have a coffee shop and you want to go from 2 to 10 locations, you maybe look into debt. There's a lot of new types of financing, like revenue-based financing, kind of these like hybrid loan, in between like a loan and equity type structure. Because any investor that's investing in you, the first question that CAT's going to ask is, how do I get out? And a lot of businesses, you're not going to IPO, you're not going to get acquired, and so you need to understand what is the trajectory of your business, and then match that capital. So I think a lot of it's that education on what do we even need here, what are we talking about, what growth trajectory, what's the exit, or is there an exit, and then how do we find the funders that are interested in funding a business like that.
Outside of venture, these other types of funding that you're talking about, do we have the same issue in terms of underrepresented founders not getting the right amount of funding, or is it mostly contained to venture?
I'd be interested to see that number, because I would say those that do strictly debt financing, that start the payback process after immediate funding, it's usually just revenue based. I mean, there's but again, I'm not an expert in that market, but it would be interesting to see how diverse founders fare with regard to trying to attain that type of lending.
I would say that in terms of some of the other strategies for getting funding, this is going to seem even orthogonal, but it's related. I don't think we spend enough time talking about the community, right? And the reason I say community is because there's already a lot of capital amongst Black and brown folks, right? I mean, San Antonio is a great example. There's already a lot of capital out here. There's booming real estate in San Antonio. There's always been a strong military presence, healthcare presence. We have plenty of angels in San Antonio, but we don't have a lot of venture capital activity, right? And so I think we don't do enough to build community. Another thing that folks don't realize is it's not as simple as being a white engineering dropout from Stanford, though that definitely helps you. It's not that simple, because they may get a meeting, but they're not necessarily going to close, right? And I tell folks, if you do have a great idea, believe it or not, I worked in San Francisco for a fintech startup, and it's not that simple. Really, we have to sharpen our ideas. We have to share best practices. I think Kat is actually kind of getting at it when she talks about how they have this open door policy. I also know that Kat spends a lot of time mentoring founders and telling them what she's looking for. That's invaluable advice, right? If you're trying to get funding, you don't have to guess. You can actually go to Kat and ask her specifically what Active Capital is looking for. And that also feeds into the other side of the equation, where when I waited till I was 27, 28 to launch my first startup. I grew up low income, single parent, raised by my Mexican mom, and I was always told, get a great education, get a great job, make a lot of money, and then at the end of your life you can do what you want to do. And I always wanted to do startups, but I had a lot of responsibilities to take care of my brothers. I'm the oldest, to take care of my mom. And there was just general conservatism when it came to taking on risk. And that's something that, it took a lot of pushing back, frankly, against my family and their expectations to do a startup, to move to San Francisco to do tech. And I can only imagine what all you folks go through in San Antonio, in Austin, and just in places outside of the Bay Area, where maybe your first idea isn't to do tech or to do startups. And so we have to start building up a community because if you're, I think in an earlier panel they were talking about, some of the expectations that Asian Americans face in getting into these different types of industries. It's also the expectations that we on the African American, Latin American, Native American side face of, what type of job we can or can't do. And so if we start building out this community, we start, reaching out to folks who have already raised money, like, the Float Me folks in San Antonio. I know they have a lot of great practices they can share with startups that are building up. Start talking to folks like Kat and David who are investing. Before you know it, we start to build these on-ramps, these different ways of getting involved, right? Right now, we're really dependent on a handful of startups and investors getting everybody else together. But the more we invest in each other, the more we build out this community, well, then I don't need to necessarily meet Kat and David and Josh. I can meet other folks who are involved, other folks who maybe aren't in tech, they're in CPG like Yoni for Grain, right? But you build it out, and before you know it, we don't need these one or two folks to help us out. We have all these people, all these different ways of getting involved, and then you create this compounding network-like effect, right? And so, again, we don't talk enough about how there is a community around this, there's a language around this, there's a culture around this. We don't have that yet, I think, at the level that the white folks have it at, right? But once we do, I think we're going to make huge strides in progress.
Yeah, and I'll use a personal example for an investment that we just made. So I think if you are talking to an investor, whether black, brown, purple, yellow, whatever, you need to be able to speak truth and convince them that nobody's going to just take your word for it. So I think these if-then type analogies and parallels that you can start to define, and this word thesis is very important because every investor has a thesis or has multiple theses that they're investing along. Kat has a very specific view on the world. She's raised money along that view, and that's what she's deploying capital towards. And so when you need to be able to tie your narrative to these larger global narratives that people believe to be true. So one thing that our family believes to be true is that South Texas is a human compounding machine that's massively underinvested. So South Texas, our population, it's 85% Hispanic. We've had, because of our work in education, we see just the massive amounts of progress. You're seeing 3x the amount of Latino and Latina college graduates, 4x on the black side. So you're having just massive opportunity, but then not very many products to then meet that demand that's being generated. And so we recently got approached for a content production company called Mucho Mas. We don't know anything about film, TV, but it's 3 folks from the Valley moved out to LA because they had to, have been cutting their teeth out in there, but they've created a platform solely targeting, not solely, but mainly targeting Latinx film and content. And so they put the numbers out there and they said, there's 3% Latinx representation on leading roles and 5% on directors. And then the Latinx population is 20% in America, and then much larger if you look at the actual Americas. So it's that's a gap. That's just a gap. I mean, Tyler Perry and a lot of folks saw that on the black side, and they've been wildly successful. And the amount of black representation on film versus the amount of black people in the population who might want to see themselves on film. And so for that, that initial premise, that kind of, and this is true, and that's where opportunity is, that helped us get to making an investment in a space that we didn't quite know, and that made us kind of do the homework to then get to know that space. But they had to put out a true premise that kind of spelled out the opportunity there and that mismatch of supply demand.
Yeah, I think that's a great example of someone taking advantage of the opportunity and doing the math. I'm curious, if you're thinking though, sort of at a higher level of acting on the problem, how do you catalyze more examples like that versus just sort of waiting for people to sort of wake up and see the opportunity, which may work on its own over time. But are there groups or organizations or people in San Antonio that you feel like are doing a great job helping activate and catalyze examples like that, or doing work to have the ecosystem start snowballing in those directions?
I say that there are newly formed efforts, and I think we can do a better job. I think we're taking several notes from Austin, from Notley Ventures. San Antonio is still trying to find a way to come together and get behind formalizing. How do we support diverse founders? How do we share the important data points? Like, I still feel like it's very spread out as far as what we need to be investing in, how to communicate. It's very segmented. And as they mentioned, I'm SAS, but if you're outside of SAS, I really don't have much visibility. So I think building the community that Ethan has talked about, and the community is very much a very broad and contributing form, because it is the investors, it is the group of mentors, it is a founders community. There are so many ways that everybody can contribute into this community to build it to what it needs to be. So I think as we start to build out the community, these efforts will form. I don't think any one of us is doing it really well today, but I do hold promise, and I'm very hopeful that we can start actually having more of these types of conversations, having more of these efforts, bringing people together that really care to make a difference, and then start actually proving it, because data is powerful, and the more we learn and the more we understand what opportunities are out there and where we can jump in, I think it's impressive to come in to talk to a founder and they know their business, they know where they can make impact. They can show you how their traction is going and how they're going to continue to scale up and move. So to me, you tell me exactly what I want to hear, I'm gonna buy in, right? So I think it's just having more of those conversations. I want to say we want to be doing it better, we will be doing it better, but it's a conversation that needs to continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of really positive national narratives, and I'm going to go back to narratives. Like, two great examples in my mind of cities are Atlanta and Miami. You know, Atlanta took, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 years ago, and took a large black population that previously had been seen as a liability. It was like, poor, uneducated, too brown and black, and then they turned that around and flipped that script and said, we're going to be the destination for young black talent. This population is our greatest asset. It's not a liability, it's our greatest asset. And now, you fast forward, they've built so many industries and they've changed that narrative into opportunity and have built that. And now in a climate of craving diversity and equity, they're the beacon. Visa just opened up a headquarters for 1,000 jobs. And so when Visa says, we need to hire more black and brown people, where do you go? You go to Atlanta, and they're getting jobs. They have Tyler Perry's film studios. They've got all of this energy. And then Miami, they have taken a large immigrant community, and just embraced them and poured resources and let that flourish. And then now everybody's starting to tap into that. And I think, San Antonio, in a lot of ways, has been ashamed or almost apologetic of our black and brown community, which is our majority. And so I give a lot of credit to Greater SATX, formerly the Economic Development Foundation. And that is really the private sector business community, and they've really embraced the fact that our community of color is our greatest asset. We need to pour resources. That's going to be the future. We look like the future of America. Why don't we pour into that? We're that bridge between North and South America. Let's be that. Let's not try to be like Austin. I think a lot of our economic development efforts over the last 20 years have been, we need to be wider. We need to compete for that software engineer graduating from Stanford that wants to move to Austin. The white guy from Stanford does not want to be here. That's what we have lost trying to attract that person. So let's stop trying to put all our resources there. Let's invest in the kid from the Valley who wants to actually be here, who's graduated top of their class. Anyway, they're getting poached to Silicon Valley anyways. And so we need to better pour resources into who we are and really foster that. And I think that narrative is changing, but I think we could learn a lot from Miami and Atlanta and build those narratives to allow other people to plug into. Because if there's a citywide narrative saying, our community of color is our biggest asset, then that allows people to kind of hitch onto that tailwind and tell that story alongside with a lot of credibility versus just somebody feeling like they're making it up.
I'm curious with the national narrative that you mentioned. It's obviously still a time of a lot of tension, and I just read Buckhead was trying to secede from Atlanta. and putting votes together for that. I mean, how does the national narrative play into this topic in general? Like, is it has it been helpful? You know, or do you see it actually creating change within venture capitalist firms or other investors or the ecosystem at large? Like, how much of a factor is the national narrative as we've seen it develop over the last couple of years?
I think there's a lot of great and well-meaning interest in investing in Black and brown folks, especially after the horrific murders that took place, in 2020 of George Floyd and many others. My concern is that we're too caught up in the narrative, right? I think a great example is Austin. I live in Austin. Obviously, Dan is from Austin, and Dan, I don't want to give away state secrets, but I'm going to go ahead. Dan started investing very early in Austin as an angel, like when it wasn't popular, when it wasn't cool, and did very well, obviously. That's why I have a job. And now in Austin, there's a very good chance that if you're a startup and you come through there, you're coming to us at Notley Ventures, right? That's just how it started, right? And it could be that way in San Antonio. I really do think it could be that way. But there's this narrative that Austin is this incredible progressive utopia that has solved racial problems, when if aside from San Antonio, of the big cities, Austin is the least diverse. It's majority white. Like, you can look this stuff up, right? I come from Dallas, which is one of the most diverse cities on the planet. People don't realize that. They think they saw, like, what is it, Dynasty or whatever that stupid show is, and Jerry Jones, and they think that's what everybody looks like. I'm half black, half Mexican. In Dallas, I'm pretty darn common, right? But to folks outside of Dallas, they think that's uncommon. It's narrative, right? Austin, everybody thinks is super liberal, but you go to downtown Austin and I stick out like a sore thumb. I can't tell you how many people recognize me whenever I'm walking around Austin. It's not because I'm some charismatic model, right? It's because there aren't many people who look like me. And so that's where the narrative starts to really ruin things. And I think the narrative has hurt San Antonio, where San Antonio, like I said, I spent a lot of my childhood here. It is a vibrant, diverse city, right? It is Hispanic majority, but as any Hispanic can attest, we're all very different from one another, right? There's a ton of diversity, there's a ton of history here, right? And so while the narrative can be helpful, I think it's been wonderful for Austin to bring, ironically, diverse talent to Austin. It also hurts us, because the reality is that Austin isn't this utopia. San Antonio is not, a town. It's a really big city, right? Texas is the future in terms of diversity, in terms of what the U.S. will look like. And so I'm actually a big believer in getting past narrative. Just as we say in basketball, ball don't lie. I say data don't lie, right? And the data is clear that the future is cities that look like Houston, cities that look like Dallas, and cities that look like San Antonio. And ironically, it's not cities that look like Austin. And we need to be real about that, because if we're going to hype up places like Austin, which I think in many ways replicates what I saw in San Francisco, a bunch of white folks, driving around in Teslas, that's not going to help anybody. That's not going to change the model. We're not going to get better venture capitalists. We're not going to get better tech folks. We're not going to get better anything. We're just replicating the horrors of what's happening in the Bay Area. You see it in housing. You see it in so many people in East Austin who can't even afford the property taxes for their home in which they've lived for over 30 years, right? And so I think we have to actually get past this narrative. It's helpful to build enthusiasm, but again, the whole point of what we're doing here is to change the way things have been done. It's not to I don't think it's very helpful if we copy what white folks have traditionally done and just invest only in black folks who look like us, brown folks who look like us. We have to change what we look for. We have to change how we interact with our cities, how we work with other groups. We really have to change the entire game, right? Otherwise, we're just repeating their sins. And so I think, again, being all caught up in this narrative, it's important. That's frankly how a lot of startups progress, is in their narrative. That's what you're buying. But I think to do venture, and to do tech, and to do anything better, we have to be more grounded in the truth, in data, not this narrative nonsense, right? Because eventually, when the narrative goes away, what's left? Nothing, right? And that will eventually hurt black and brown folks. Because if we raise on this narrative, if we raise on these ideas, and then people find out that there's nothing behind it, well, you know what happens to us. It's going to be twice as worse for us as it would be for a white investor or a white founder, right?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. And I think the narrative definitely has been helpful nationally. It's been very strong, but I don't know if this analogy is going to work, but in a lot of ways, I feel like the national narrative is like the federal government. Like if you're sitting around waiting for the federal government to save you, no matter what their policy, you're so far removed from the federal government, like the work happens locally. And so it's extremely helpful that that national narrative is happening, but if the work is not happening at the local level, we're not going to get anywhere. You know, that national narrative doesn't trickle down in most cases. If anything, I've seen it be more removing, that people kind of dig in and feel like they got to fight the national narrative at the local level, and they're trying to take away opportunities for white people and blah blah blah. It's like, if anything, people are kind of digging in against this national narrative of diversity, feeling like there's too much talk of diversity and there's too much this and that, and can't talk, or political correctness and all this stuff. And so I think that's really dangerous, because if you just have this national narrative, everybody feels like a whole lot of stuff is getting done, where actually on the ground, everybody's fighting against it because they don't want too much stuff to get done. And I think a lot of that's happening right now. And so, yeah, I think, we still have that personal responsibility, no matter how much progress we're working at the national level, to in our daily lives, look to be more inclusive, look to be doing this work individually, not just let the narrative kind of make us all feel good.
Yeah, it's just not reflecting in the numbers at all. Quarter by quarter, we're expecting to see a trend up, and we're just not seeing. In fact, we're starting to see more of a decline. So again, the narrative is great to have. We're all talking about it, but there is just no follow-up action.
Yeah, did y'all see the numbers on how many women got funded last year?
2.2.
It was like
2.2.
2.2%, right? Women are the majority, and yet they're getting 2.2% of funding, right? You wouldn't know that based on some of the narratives that we hear, some of the excitement that we hear around these startups that are doing quite well. But the reality is that it's a handful of those startups, right? And when you get past that narrative, when you look at that data, then it's like, shoot, we have a lot of work to do. And so, again, I'm not going to lie and say that the narrative isn't helpful. It is. I see it in Austin, how much it's galvanized people. But in many ways, it's papered over the problems that we're having. And in fact, as it is with women, we're losing progress when it comes to funding. We're losing progress when it comes to startup representation, right? And if you're only caught up in that narrative, you're actually not gonna know the truth. And if you don't know the truth, how are you gonna solve the problems, right? So we have to get past this.
Kat, are you seeing, at Active, is the narrative driving any changes in how you're approaching anything, or are you seeing other firms that you work with or collaborate with changing anything about how they're making decisions around funding as a result of the narrative, or do you see them doing less, or what?
So what are we saying?
Yeah.
So we are definitely looking for funding more diverse founders. We have every conversation we can. I'm not going to speak for other VC firms. I'm not sure how they are moving the needle there. But as far as, is it top of mind and always force center? Absolutely. I mean, that's just how we invest. We've had incredible success with our diverse founders. We're not going to change that. In fact, we're going to go fully in on continuing those kinds of investments opportunities forward. But again, we can only do what we can. Other VC firms have to kind of take our lead.
Where do your stats sit relative to the 2-3% sort of numbers that we've been talking about?
I can only speak for the SaaS industry because we only do SaaS. Our numbers certainly can be better. We are investing like crazy, and I don't have actual specifics, but it's definitely top of mind, and it's because of the makeup of our team is diverse. So it's certainly top of mind with every investment we make.
One thing that I think would be helpful, like from investors, if Kat is investing on behalf, she is a fiduciary, and every investor, unless you're investing your own money, and even then, you're a fiduciary. So the numbers are, can be heart touching, and you can say, oh, we need, but the real unlocking dollars is going to be mitigating risk. And so like that is the language as a founder that you have to be speaking in. Like nobody's going to give you money. You have to, I mean, and it's amazing in startup, in pitch decks, like there is no risk mitigant slides. Like the first thing you should be doing is like people just pretend like there is no risk. And like, yes, we are all optimists, and that's why.
Did you not see the chart?
It's just up and to the right. Yeah, we're gonna make money, I promise. But I think it goes a long way when you're pitching somebody, especially if you are a person of color or a female. The person is thinking maybe it's unbiased, and maybe it's the unconscious bias or whatever, but they're putting that as a risk in their mind. And so you need to acknowledge the risks that are inherent, like in real estate development. Like there's risk. It could rain and your foundation slab and your timing could get taken off, or maybe the space doesn't get leased. So risks are everywhere, and so you have to really embrace those risks, talk about them, and talk about what you're doing to address them. And so I think just the pure acknowledgement of risk when you're pitching, when you're talking about things, incorporating that into your language instead of just acting like they don't exist, because it's just easy to say no. It's easy to just say that feels risky, and then people don't even say why it feels risky. That could be like implicitly, because it's a black person or it's a woman, or that's an industry that I don't understand. So many feminine products don't get funded because the investment committee is all male and they don't get it. Yeah. But that's but you have to be able to talk about risk and mitigant and talk about the elephant in the room, and then that will actually probably unlock more dollars than anything, just because you're acknowledging what the person on the other side of the table won't.
Yeah.
And so that's your chance to get ahead of it, saying, here are the risks that I see either financially or in the business model or just socially and culturally, and this is what we're doing about it. And I've thought about this, we're navigating this risk, we're embracing this risk, and here are the national narratives and trends that are actually at our the wind at our sails. So I think every pitch slide should have that risk mitigants slide in there, and that just makes you appear more well-rounded, more thoughtful, more considerate. But the whole job of an investor is navigating risk, mitigating risk. And so I think if you can speak in that language, that goes a long way in actually unlocking new dollars.
And that's always part of the VC conversation. Just as you've described it is, okay, you're not going to say it, we're going to ask it. What happens when? What if this? What are you going to do about it? And it makes the founder look self-aware when they're already ready to explain. But boy, if they present that initially, you feel so much more confident about you understand their business, and it's already 20 minutes into the conversation and you're already covering so much ground rather than showing blue skies and everything's great and you're not quite sure if they know the downfalls or the pitfalls that they could come up against. So yeah, it's just making a whole conversation and taking you even further, even in the first meeting. So that says a lot.
I'll say this, I think David and Kat bring up some great points about how when you're a venture capitalist, you're constrained, right? You've raised a bunch of money like founders have from investors. You have promised them legally that you're a fiduciary, you're gonna do the best you can to make them money, and you have a way in which you're going to do it. That's your thesis. The good news is that even though I will be becoming formally a VC, like Dan, I have my own money. I have a lot of it. And there are folks like us who, we look at risk differently, where we're risk seeking. Yeah. And I think that's how it starts. Again, taking a page from Dan's playbook, I look at San Antonio, I look at Dallas, even parts of Austin. I just think that we just got to write more checks. I think it's very simple. I think there are amazing founders. I actually think if you're a black and brown founder, you have actually de-risked, because for you to even get to this point, for you to even take that type of risk, just think about all the things you had to go through. It's like an undrafted NBA player, who obviously I'm a big Spurs fan, like Brent Forbes, he's undrafted and he's got a ring with Milwaukee. Just think of all the nonsense he had to go through to get to that point, right? That's a very different type of person than somebody who went to, Kentucky and didn't work their butt off, right? And they're just drafted purely off of their pedigree, and then they don't do anything. And that's how I look at a lot of these founders who, to get to this point, if you grew up like me, single parent, if your immediate family members were incarcerated, if you were low income, and then yet you somehow managed to get to this point, I think, you're less risky than the white dude who went to Stanford, because the white dude who went to Stanford, he's got a lot going for him, right? But for someone like you to get to this point, if I can give you even, $10,000, $25,000, whatever check I can write, I think you can take that so much further. And so I think on the investing side, we have to be willing to take on those risks, as Dan did in the early days of Austin startup community. Just be willing to write these checks and recognize, yeah, some of them won't succeed. But when you do that, when you give people license to fail, believe it or not, they're going to learn a lot. And they're going to share those learnings, and they're going to reinvest it back into the community. I meet a lot of founders where I'm like, you know what, this idea is not great, but I know the next idea you work on will be great. And that's really what I'm betting on. And so I think we, on the investing side, where possible, we need to start getting creative and just investing as much as we can. And the great part about that is empirically, there are actually several AngelList studies that show that most investors are idiots and are as smart as, monkeys throwing darts in the dark, right? And so if you ironically just invest in everything that you see, as long as it's not fraudulent, you'll likely do better than those folks who are sitting there and spending all day picking, right? And so some of our best investments on Notley's side, Dan would be the first to admit, we had no idea it would be that fantastic. And then some of the bets that we made where we were like, these are awesome founders, we're like, golly, what were we thinking, You can't predict it, right? But you can bet that in general, things are rising, the tide is rising. And I think that's what's happening in our communities. I don't think we've ever been in a better position to take these types of risks. And so I just think as investors, we've got to figure out a way to write more checks. It's that simple. I think the founders have done enough. We as investors have to take on more risk.
And Ethan, that's a great point. Investor types matter. It depends on if you're approaching a VC firm versus an angel investor versus someone you just met, you're not quite sure who you're talking to. The conversation does need to be tailored to who they are and what they care about. I care about our meeting our thesis, what we invest in, and pretty much de-risking as much we can. Angel investors, very, very different. And it's important, and this is something I share with the mentors, find out, or when I'm mentoring, is find out who you're talking to and figure out how you put your best foot forward based on what they care and how they invest. So it's good to know who you're talking to, and the audience certainly does matter when pitching.
Yeah, and I mean the macro environment, the macroeconomic environment right now, investors are incentivized to take risk right now. I mean, it's pretty much a zero interest rate environment where the Fed is saying to the investment community, go forth and spend money because you're not going to make it in the bank. And so, I mean, just the global flow of capital, you're seeing this massive in the private investments, like, the stock market is overpriced, the bond market, you're not getting anything. And so you're just seeing this flood of capital into the private markets, of which we're all of the kind of sectors that we're talking about. So you're seeing this kind of unprecedented amount of money that's flooding into this, to the private sector. Which is really exciting, so the money is heading this way. It's how do we have that risk conversation? How do we create the products that channel money the right way into the people that we need to? But that the macroeconomic ecosystem is in favor of what we're talking about, because the money doesn't have anywhere to go. I mean, that's why you're seeing these prices in Silicon Valley just get absurd, because it's so much competition. It used to be 3 people at the table trying to get a deal, and now you've got Abu Dhabi investors and Israeli family offices playing at the same table as Andreessen Horowitz. I mean, just Elon Musk and Bezos, their family offices might as well be sovereign wealth funds. So it's just different now, and like the capital ecosystem's different now. There's different risk-reward dynamics, which are pushing money to be more risky, quote unquote, which is, if you can tap into that, the waves are there. So that's exciting.
Let's take our last bit of time, and I don't know how to check if there are online questions, or we could go straight to the audience. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a mic here in the front, if you wouldn't mind.
Wow, thank you so much to each one of you. You guys have been really inspiring. I follow each one of you some way or somehow on social media or LinkedIn. My question is for our funders. Yesterday we listened to a few other funders, and we talked about forming relationships and garnering relationships before you actually select a funder for your business or brand. As a black person, that is always a difficult task because, like you mentioned, Kat, you have to already have these pre-established relationships. I didn't go to Stanford. I don't know who these individuals are. How do you go about selecting a funder? I know cold calling is probably the best way, but most times, I don't know. It's not like me, if I walk in the room, they're like, I don't know if you really know what you're talking about. So how do you go about forming those kind of relationships? I've seen people talk about putting together like a investor advisory board or something of some sort. Maybe that could be possible. How do you go about forming those relationships, selecting those founders, and moving forward?
So I would say the first thing you do is you do your research and find out who you align best with as a funder, as an investor, because investors have investing types. So if you reach out to me but you have a CPG product, probably going to be one of those emails that you just get a quick, not for me. Do research and find out, and you be selective. And if you find someone that you feel that you have a connection with, I would just, cold email works, LinkedIn works, social media works. I feel like you just start the dialogue, and even if it's a not now, stay in touch. If you really feel like you've reviewed their portfolio and you can see there is a connection, continue to give updates, continue to forge that relationship. We've said no to a founder, and then 12 months later, we led their seed round because they were so good about being persistent and sharing their traction. FOMO is very real for investors. Gosh, you talk to an investor and they will automatically tell you the one they passed on that they shouldn't have. So FOMO is extremely real. Make it appealing, do your research, be very impressive with your holistic view of your business. Make sure you are coming off as the expert and you being the right founder to do what you're trying to do. And those relationships will continue. Also, if you find a mentor or investor that turns into a mentor, latch on to them because they may not be for you as an investor, but they could be an amazing advisor. So don't dismiss it if there is a no, just try to forge the relationships. And a lot of us have that. We started as just a bypassing, introduction, and it's turned in and involved. And that's something that I think a lot of VCs recognize looking back is, wow, how this relationship started was probably not how it was expected to, but it continues to develop. So it's a lot of hard work for you on the front end, but it could certainly pay off for you in the distance.
Yeah, I mean, there's, when you bring on an investor, an equity investor, you are selling part of your business and you are bringing on a partner. So I would, first thing is, are you giving that the right amount of respect, right? Like, do you even need do you need to dilute your ownership? Have you done the research? What grants are out there? What government programs? Are you, SBIR? Have you looked at banks? Have you had those conversations? Like, or do you even know? Like, are you sure about what you're getting into? Now, if you need to then raise equity because you're growing that much fast, or you need to get to the opportunity, or what, but know what you need and why you're asking for what you're asking for. I think that's very important. Like, if you just go to Kat and want to get coffee, like, she doesn't have time for that, just to get coffee and hang out and talk and get to know you. But you need to say, like, I've done all my research. I know where my business is at. I know what you do. I know what you're interested at. Like, I can help you. I have what you're looking for, and I need you, and this is why. I think you need to be ready to have that conversation, and whatever that research, whether it be talking to people around that person or just, and I'd say get to know a banker. That was the first, advice that they give real estate folks. It's like, have a banker be your best friend. I think as a business owner, that's a really good advice too. But even if you're too early, the bankers really are kind of the backbone of the capital world, and they can give a lot of really good advice. And even with the government programs and all the COVID money, there is so much money coming in over the next couple of years that will be kind of there to support small businesses and businesses of color. So, see how you tap into that and see how that can kind of take you to the next level and raise money when you need to be raising money, when you're in demand and you're raising money from a place of an advantage, not raising money to stay alive. You don't want to be at a disadvantage, raising money because you have to. You want preemptive term sheets saying like, oh, we're good, we're cash flow positive, but I guess if
we need more.
Yeah, we need more, and here's my valuation, and if you don't like it, we don't need your money. Like, you want to be raising money in a position of strength if you're going to be taking on an equity partner. But I just know where you're at and know what you need before you're kind of wading in those waters.
I think I saw another hand somewhere. Unless that happened to be your exact question. Yeah. It's for the online group.
For folks who would be interested in reaching out, say for a cold call, cold introduction, what's the first thing you want to see, or the key thing you would want to see from someone who you don't know to try and establish maybe a dialogue or share a concept?
So for me, we like to see a pitch deck. We like to see something that automatically tells us what you're about in the business, because we don't want to waste your time. We appreciate being very quick and direct. So if it's just misaligned, but it goes back to my earlier answer is do your research, because if it's definitely in market for us, if it's something that we do take interest in, that's going to get you to us to open the attachment, to kind of go through it. Tell me more about you and what success you've had or how you got to this point. Kind of give me your story. We received an email from a founder that was about to present on stage, and he invited us to come and watch him because he was going to kill it. And he just gave us so much of a storyline that we hopped on a plane 3 days later and was out in Miami watching him pitch, and it was fantastic. And we let his seat around like 5 days later. Like, it happens, but it has to be the right story. It has to make sense. It's got to be in a space that we feel very good about, or at least very interested about. So again, do your research. What are they currently investing in today? Is that something that aligns? Do you have a compelling story? Put it together, talk to your advisors, and figure out how to reach out, but email, all social medias. If you're picking the right one, you will get a response.
And sometimes, like, think about what's the lowest hanging fruit. Like, sometimes your best investors, like early stage, could be your customers or potential customers, because they get it. Like, if you have some super high tech, B2B SaaS, like, trying to explain that to a Luddite like me is a waste of time. Like, go to the customer and say, hey, like, do you get it? This is a pain point. Like, help me help you. So I think, that's an interesting pipeline. The small business owners that are in your network that you've been cold calling, like those potential customers or customers might be your earliest champions, and they'll be a lot more forgiving when you have some bug or customer service issue.
Personalize it as well to the extent that you can. Dear investor emails don't get opened very often.
Yeah.
Probably have time for one more question. Is there anything from online? Nope. Super. Well, really appreciate you joining on the panel, and for you guys coming out and listening. And it's a really important topic, and one that I know has been on everybody's mind, certainly up here, but out in the community as well. And so thank you for your time, and thanks for joining.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome everyone to San Antonio Startup Week 2021. We are in our second Startup Spotlight feature. And today I am incredibly excited to have JobWord join us today. We have the co-founders of JobWord. They even have their official startup launch t-shirts right here for all of us to peruse. I don't know if there's a merchandise table in the back.
There's not yet.
There's not yet, but we will have one online. So we're gonna have e-commerce added to this. So we're gonna talk a little bit with JobWord, and we hope that you'll join us if you have a couple of questions here at the end. We're gonna have about 30 minutes, and although I look a little like Zach Galifianakis, this is not Between Two Ferns. We're gonna be pretty chill, we're gonna have fun, it's gonna be informative. So if you do have questions, feel free to come in, grab a seat, step up to the microphone when you're ready at the end, and we'll get them answered from our illustrious panel. I've been waiting all week to say that word, so we're just gonna use it right here. So with us today, we have Drew Hicks, Natalie Carney, and Dirk Elmendorf. A round of applause for the JobWord team here joining us.
Brett could not make it today.
Yes, and Brett Elmendorf was unable to make it today. Also, for those of us joining online, you can type your comments into the chat, and I'll see you right here. So, I guess let's start with the most obvious question. What is JobWord?
JobWord is a piece of software that is developed for job seekers. So we took a look at the hiring process and said, man, this thing's super broken, and we wanted to go out and build software to fix it, specifically from the perspective of job seekers. So saw a ton of tools in the marketplace for recruiters and hiring managers, but not really anything that spoke directly to the candidate, to the professional. And so we've been working on JobWord for about 2 years now, and I'm super excited to announce, as of this week, we have officially launched. In conjunction with Startup Week.
Round of applause.
Yeah.
We have an officially launched startup. That's fantastic.
Fireworks.
Yeah. Boom. We'll
Cascarones.
Hey, we're going to add that in post-production.
Great.
Got a lot of CGI. We got the Marvel team working on it over here.
You got the muscle seats for
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So, okay, fantastic. You launched today. And so if I want to make sure I understand it correctly. So instead of things like Indeed or Career Builder or Monster that are really focused on the companies hiring the individuals, your team is focusing on the individuals and their experience in the hiring process.
Yeah, we saw a lot of tools like applicant tracking systems and LinkedIn, Indeeds, the Monsters, the job boards of the world that are meant to fill a candidate pipeline, but that's not really helping the job seeker demonstrate their relevancy in the process.
That's fantastic. I think, especially right now, that's really interesting that you're launching in the middle of a recession and the pandemic, but jobs are coming back, but employers are not connecting. Dirk, can you tell us a little bit about the significance of the timing right now and why launching today?
Well, we started this, when we had the idea originally, it was 4% unemployment, and then we went all the way down to negative 20 million jobs in the US, and now we've sort of bounced back some. But it just turns out there's never not a great time to build a tool for job seekers because no one else is doing it. And what I came into this space really understanding is that everyone I know who's running businesses and trying to hire people, they're getting flooded with bad resumes and kind of deluged with people who maybe aren't the right fit, and they don't know what to do about it. They really can't pick the diamonds out of what's coming at them. And they have limited tools to fix that. We decided to actually help talent do better at the game of getting hired. And that starts by making your resume really tailored. So that's why we're launching that first.
Yeah, so Natalie, can you tell us a little bit about the resume process? Because, I look at my resume and I think everyone else who's here today or maybe online, resume building is really hard and it's frustrating, and I read like 7 different articles. They tell me 7 different things, and that makes me usually edit once and then save it and just be like, yeah, just send it to the black hole and hope I get lucky.
There it is.
Yeah, and actually, the black hole, we hear that all the time when we talk to job seekers. So really, the research that we've done over the last 2 years has been around what are recruiters really looking for and how can we help talent get there, right? And so the one thing that recruiters have when they are looking for someone to fill a job is a job description. that, right? That's what we're responding to. And so what we do with JobWord is we break down that job description, and then you respond to the relevant parts of yourself that match that criteria in the job description. And we format a resume for you. And then we save your answers, right? So instead of having to sit down and rewrite a resume every time, which no one has time for and no one wants to do, you can actually then plug and play once your data's in our system, and you can create, I don't want to say bespoke, but highly customized resumes in 2 minutes.
So it sounds like there's this master interview process that pulls out all of the key bits of information, the relevant things from your career or experiences.
Well, kind of. So think about this. Like the recruiter on the other side of the table, right? They might have a job description for a job they have no idea how to do. Okay? It's probably copy pasted together from a bunch of other job descriptions that they saw or job descriptions they listed in the past.
That happens.
So what they have to do, and this is a piece of advice that we heard from a lot of recruiters, they hold up the job description and they hold up your resume. And if those two things look alike, then you get to go on in the process. And by the way, that they're looking for reasons to throw your resume away. They're not looking for reasons to pass you on, right? Same thing with applicant tracking systems and resume parsers. So what JobWord does is you feed it a job description, it breaks it up into just the criteria. You tell us, this looks like criteria to me, this doesn't. And then from your personal biography, your professional biography, of which you are the expert, you just say, hey, I've done something like that before. Let me tell you a little bit about it. I did it at this company, or I have this education, or this certification. All of those answers get remembered into like a personal Wikipedia page. We call it a professional biographer. And then whenever you want to pull the relevant bits out to quickly generate a resume, you can do it in as few as a couple minutes.
Yeah, the secret we've learned is, did you know people don't actually like talking about themselves? Like, spoiler, most people, when put under the gun, there are some people who love it. Most people do not love talking about themselves. And so when you ask them to talk about themselves, just, hey, tell me about yourself, they freeze. What we've unlocked is by making it more like an online interview where you're actually able to see, tell me a time you led a team, tell me a time you did this thing. Then you can actually write that down, and that is an easy way to pull all these great stories out of you about what you're really good at without your editor getting in the way of saying, well, I'm not good enough. And so then you have that for the next time. And what we found is that this has allowed candidates to get through the filter and get in the interview, and then that's where they get to shine.
So that sounds really awesome, because we've talked a lot yesterday and even a little today about imposter syndrome and just how prevalent it can be working not only in tech, but just in your career perspective. So it's interesting you brought up that you have your own personal bias and viewpoint on what you've done or what you've accomplished. You might be minimizing something that you're one of 3 people in the state can do, but you don't think it's very much. So maybe it doesn't even make it to your resume today.
Well, Drew, talk about, we just went through this with a candidate who was like, well, I haven't done it in a medical setting.
Oh, okay. So we do a ton of coaching. We work with a ton of professionals. So we had somebody come in who wanted to be a dental assistant, had just recently gone through a certification program through Project Quest. Awesome candidate, super high customer service skills. Was looking at a job description that said, has assisted a doctor in medical procedures. And she said, well, I've never done that before. I said, well, you just told me you were a CNA. And she said, yeah. And I said, did you work with doctors? And she said, well, dentists. I said, well, that counts. And in your dental assistance program, did you? And so she had all these great examples of times she had been in a medical facility working with professionals in an intense environment. And even she had imposter syndrome. I talked to a guy who was a video teleconferencing technician with a Cisco certification, applying for a video teleconferencing position that required a Cisco certification, and he felt he wasn't qualified. Like, the amount of imposter syndrome, the mental strain of this stuff cannot be overstated. It's crazy.
That's wild.
It's wild.
Yeah, but it really does happen all the time.
All the time.
And I'm sure everybody who's here is kind of hearing that is also thinking the exact same thing, which is, of course there's things I minimize in my career. Or they look too specifically at it and don't kind of pull back to the larger view of what's going on.
Maybe you can talk a little bit about like impressive versus relevant, right?
Yeah, so we say all the time that really a candidate, if they're relevant to the job, it's way better than impressive. They're gonna get through, right? Dirk gives his example that he's built all these companies, right? But if he applied to be a dental assistant, he wouldn't get the time of day because his skills aren't actually relevant to that position. A little closer to home, I had someone, I do a little bit of recruiting on the side, and I had someone apply to a director of placement role, which is like a director of recruiters, and it was a teacher, and they had been a teacher for 25 years. And while I'm sure they had the skills that they could have shown, they sent me their teacher resume. And so I had no idea as the recruiter how to even parse through to see if they had those skills. And I'm sure that that person sat down and read that job description and was like, I can totally do that job, right? So kind of the opposite of imposter syndrome, but it didn't come through. And so it's this balance of tell your story and be confident in it, but tell it in a way that's relevant to the job that you're applying to.
Yeah, and that's the secret, right? Like that imposter syndrome comes from this fear that we have to be impressive. Mm-hmm. We have to impress the hiring manager, we have to impress the recruiter, we have to be perfect. And what we have learned through research is like, hey, give yourself a pass, everyone. You just have to be relevant. That's it.
And that's interesting because usually that's the feedback that people get when they go and apply or work on something. They go, I can't believe they didn't pick me. I was the sales rep of the year for this thing.
that may be a terribly specific feature, right? But,
you've never done B2C.
Yeah, exactly.
So get out of here, right?
But think about it, you live in this world already all the time. When you Google search, you don't go, oh, that's some random blog, I'm not gonna hit it. If Google says it's the most relevant, you start there. And then maybe you go, this is some random blog. But like, everybody's been socialized to actually going matching and relevancy, but we don't think about that when we think about ourselves and think about, oh, actually the resume, like we always joke, like the resume, it's French for summary. It's not your life's history. It's not everything about you. It's a summary that is relevant to the person going, can you do the job? That's what the resume is supposed to answer. And people get in imposter syndrome because they're worried the resume is answering, am I a great person? Am I the best? And it just turns out that's not actually what they're looking for. The first couple of people who touch your resumes, if the job rec says that you have water, like we always say, like water hose experience, and you put garden hose, they will literally not pass you on. Like, we kind of joke, there's like if you're a Nobel Prize winner, but you say you're from San Antonio, not detail-oriented, boom, right? So you have to understand the game you're in, and it's about not making yourself stand out because you're awesome. You're standing out because you're the one who can do it. That is what the hiring person is looking for. Who can do this job? And then hopefully in the resume, I mean, in the interview process, you can crush it by explaining why you're the one they should choose. That has gotten lost in all of this.
Well, I feel like an imposter now. You started speaking French and giving definitions, so I'm going to gloss over that and go to the next question, if that's okay.
You're not listening.
See, now Drew's just embarrassing me now. Is it hot in here? I'm just kidding. So I'm really curious about this. You know, again, the timing feels really right. It sounds like you have talked to just masses of people and really done a lot of research. But how did the four of you, Dirk with Brett, Natalie, and Drew, how did you all come together and connect and say, this is where we need to focus and this is what we need to do to help individuals kind of level the playing field, so to speak, in their job search?
So should we talk about how we failed and then they can talk about how we succeeded?
Yeah.
So I was in a startup that I left, and through some restructuring, they were laying off their US developers. I was like, developers? Everybody needs developers. I'll help them get jobs. This is gonna be like a layup. I know all these people in the city. I have an amazing network. And it was the worst. I mean, literally the worst. I had calls with friends who were like, why aren't you sending me this resume? I'm like, oh, we sent them to you and you ghosted them. Like, this is, I don't understand. You're crying to me that you need developers, and I have people I trained who are awesome, and I cannot get them seats. I don't understand. And so one of the developers had built this crazy spreadsheet to track the 45 positions he had applied to. And I'm like, okay, first of all, just as a business developer, when you see spreadsheets, you're like, there's software that could be there, okay? And I'm like, okay, we should build, like, I started talking to people, and what I found is people were applying not to one or two places, to lots of places. And one of the things we learned was follow up is king. If you send your resume off and you never follow up, you never get pulled up. But if you come back a week later and go, hey, I sent in, what's happening? All of a sudden, somebody's looking at your resume and thinking about you, and it's an opportunity to pull ahead. So we enrolled in startup school with Y Combinator because I've never done anything consumer focused in my life. I'm just not that cool. And we started building this kind of process management system, which I've done 100,000 times, and I just, that's my jam. And we rolled that out in September. It was like September, October of 2020.
Yeah.
This is a little hazy in the pandemic time.
Pandemic time.
Yeah. And we launched it, and nobody wanted it. Like nobody used. Like we got some users, but like as Drew said, we talked to people and we explained it like it's like a Kanban board for your job search. They were like, yeah, okay, sure. And he's like, yeah, that. It probably should have been a sign that we were on the wrong place. And some of this is just like my own problem in that when we started, we did all this analysis and research, and resumes came up, and I'll just tell you, I think resumes are stupid. And I said, I'll do anything but resumes, because that stuff is...
Which we did. We did everything but resumes.
We did everything but resumes. We built tools for managing your job search with coaches, like all this stuff. And in January, we're like, okay, we have 200 users, and nobody likes our product. We should quit. Like, we should start over. And so we had a huddle, and then you guys can tell how you
take it.
Yeah, I think that's a point a lot of startups get to, right? Like, do we pivot? Do we like double down? What do we do? And luckily, Dirk was like, I'm not doubling down on this. So it's, we're either pivoting or we're done as a company. And Drew and I never want to stop working for Dirk. And so we were like, okay, well then we're going to pivot. And we went back to the research and we were like, Dirk, we have to work on resumes, because it's not only a pain point for job seekers, it's a pain point for everybody. Nobody likes writing them. Nobody likes reading them. That's why ATSs exist, to filter, right? So that you don't have to read so many resumes as a recruiter. And so we all just kind of dug in for a couple weeks and went a little crazy. And
well, I mean, also you guys invented a boot camp so we could test some of the ideas, and we built a demo for something that it took me like a week to build, and then a week to build the demo and 4 months to build the real deal. But they did live fire. They made people use so many spreadsheets.
It's a crazy good lesson. Like, we reached a moment where we knew what we were doing wasn't right. Users didn't like what we were doing. They didn't get it. They weren't excited about it. And I think, we all mentor a lot of startups. We through Geekdom and through other organizations, and we see companies get to this position. And sometimes they'll double down on a bad idea, and sometimes they'll just close shop. And it really is a moment where you have to kind of go back. Like, we had done a ton of research, thank God, at the beginning. And we could go back to that and kind of look over our notes and go, why do we keep crossing out resume? Like, we have an event storming board and there's a cloud around resume. Like, we got to do something with this, guys. It's we thought it was an albatross. It was a gift. And so, I don't know, like, having that moment and having a team, by the way, that can have that conversation is huge. To go, hey, I'm scared. I think we're on the wrong path. We might have to shut down the company. What do we do? And we did a week of 7-8 hour long meetings. Yeah. Like, just sitting in Zoom for 7 hours straight, just
plowing through it,
man. So if there's startups out there listening, if you're interested, like, reach that moment. Do not double down. Do not walk away. Like, that is a clutch moment.
Well, and that also speaks to the chemistry that you have all developed as a team as well, to be able
Dirk's
to
leadership.
Dirk's leadership.
I was gonna say, like, in one of my startup journeys, I was in a room with Michael Girdley, and he asked a question that I'd never heard before that I always think about. He looked around at the founding team and he said, who's missing to make this work? Who do you need that you don't have? And at the time we were like, we got everybody. And actually we were right, we could start there. And that's what I recognized with this team was, that each of us brings a different slice, and we can actually do this because we have the right team. Now, eventually I think we're missing sales, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. Well, that'll come. Now that you launched the app, we're ready. We have masses of adoring fans online that are going to start downloading the app. We'll let everybody know how to get there at the end of the spotlight.
Yeah, we're going to hold you to that, Dax.
Yeah, there we go.
Jobber.app.
So, kind of moving from there, I'd love to, and thank you to Iris Gonzalez for that question online from here. We've talked some about, it sounds like that pivot was probably the biggest challenge. I don't know very many people who would want to sit on Zoom for 7 to 8 hours a day for a week straight. That's impressive, is a word I'll use for that. So instead, I'll kind of flip it, and I'll just ask, like, what's the nerdiest thing your app does or that you want it to do?
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. I'm going straight.
You got one.
Typography.
Right. Oh, do you want to wait the typeface or? Okay, we have this crazy idea. We have so many dumb ideas. So we generate resumes, right? Actually, let's talk about LaTeX. LaTeX is probably the coolest. We use a technology that was developed in the 80s?
late 80s by a guy named Donald Knuth.
To format academic textbooks. So we need to find code that we could feed it text and it would format it in extremely specific ways, right? Because what we don't want job seekers to do is like go into Microsoft Word and use Papyrus on their resume and make 8 columns that are all different widths. I'm a type designer, sorry. Yeah. So we found this old tech that was made for formatting academic books, and that's what all of the resumes come out in, and it's super nerdy. But we have this secret plan to develop our own typeface, because the OTF files are embedded inside of the PDF, which means anywhere in the world a JobWord resume is, we can actually find it from the typeface.
Also, my hope is like...
That's cool. That's pretty cool.
Also, in a corner of Michael, in the Blink author, which his name escapes me right
Malcolm
now.
Gladwell.
Malcolm Gladwell. You know, I want you to see that typeface when you're reading a resume and start to feel like, oh, this one's going to be good.
Yeah.
Because it came out of the system. Like, the idea that you spend any time thinking about formatting your resume tells you how screwed up this process normally is.
Yeah.
We spent all our time geeking out on the formatting and the layout so that it will be easy to scan for humans and easy to parse your ATSs. But we want you to do what you're an expert on, which is content. Your content. Just like Google learned content matters, here we are repeating that lesson.
And that gets lost in the wash, it seems like, a lot when people get into the resume, because that's the first step, and then it feels like there's 2 extremes. Read a bunch of blogs and articles, or go to your friend who just got hired, can I copy your resume file format? And then the other side is, do I have $500 to $1,000?
Oh, please do not pay to have your resume written.
Don't pay to have your resume written.
Don't do that.
Don't do it.
Don't pay. For a couple of reasons. The most obvious is you only get one. That's not good. The other thing is, as we talked about, like when you're in an interview, when they ask you about the thing on your resume that you didn't write, that's not awkward, right? We think that like that whole model was a way of saying, I want to get out of it, I don't want to do it. What we've seen with this process is actually it gets you to appreciate both what the job is actually about and what you bring to the table. Our people who go through our process end up being more confident because they've just had a refresher of, oh yeah, I matched a ton for this.
Yeah.
Like I'm ready.
Yeah, so I have a great example of that. We had a woman go through the boot camp that we did. And so she went through our process. She read the job description several times. She matched from her own personal history, right? And made a great resume, got the interview, got into the interview. And all of a sudden they started asking her all these questions that didn't have anything to do with the job description that she had been reading. And so she kind of called him on it, and she was like, hey, I don't understand the connection here between what you're asking me and your job description. And the employer's response was, yeah, I guess I don't know what I'm looking for. And our candidate got up and left the room because it was not the right fit for her. But it's because she went through our process. She learned about what she thought they were looking for. She knew she matched it. She knew that she was a great fit. And she knew it was on them. She didn't have to feel bad about not getting that job because she got to make the choice that it wasn't right for her.
And I love that you, and JobWord itself, is helping kind of peel back these layers. Because everyone thinks when you read a job description online, oh, a highly qualified professional took 3 hours to thoughtfully interview the hiring manager and team and determine the best qualities
and traits.
Can
I tell you how many times I've seen, like, why is that in your job description? Oh, I copied it from over here.
Yeah.
Like, I mostly just took that. I must have missed that.
Yeah.
Or, what was it? We just had a candidate go through it, and she's like, this job description is weird, and she knew the hiring person, so she reached out and he goes, oh yeah, I don't make you do any of that, but that's the job description the company gives me, so I have to use it.
So what I would say is, like, the research we've done and the work we've done has generated tremendous empathy on this team for job seekers. And that's whose side we are on. We're on that side of the battle lines. However, we've generated tons of empathy for hiring managers and recruiters too. And the process sucks for them too. The hiring process is just broken. It was broken before the pandemic. It didn't get better as a result of the pandemic. And now we're in this highly interesting, volatile time with the job market, and nobody's fixed the process. And so each of these tools we've developed, each of these tactics we've talked about is sort of about addressing one little part of the hiring process from the perspective of the job seeker. But yeah, the recruiter doesn't understand the job description. They might have just copy-pasted it from LinkedIn. They're looking at a resume for a stranger, and they have to make decisions about that, which, by the way, are biased towards putting your resume in the shredder. So we want to remove any of those. So formatting the resume for you, doing the nice LaTeX layout, like having you match criteria, get ready for the interview, all of those are ways of empowering the job seeker. And we've seen it work.
Yeah, and we always say the skills to get a job can be very different than the skills to do a job, right? And so when we see all these candidates who aren't getting jobs because they didn't shake the interviewer's hand, and that was a bias that they had, right?
Literally, a guy told us that.
We're trying to remove those barriers. So if we can teach job seekers how to gain and develop those skills to get a job, then it kind of evens the playing field a little bit, and then we can hopefully help recruiters be better and bridge that gap as we go.
Yeah, and Dirk, I know that you're going to be joining us for another Startup Week session panel where you're going to talk a little bit about what's actually happening from kind of a thought leadership perspective on it. And it just seems like, again, the timing is right. The pandemic has exposed so many inadequacies, inefficient processes, and also just unbelievable disparities. We have so many jobs open. We have an incredibly active workforce seeking for those jobs, but they are not connecting. So there's literally a barrier in the middle there. And it sounds like what you've built with JobWord is really going to help kind of hopefully be the key to unlock that and remove some of those barriers.
Well, I mean, this is like kind of our opening bid, right? We're trying to play the game better in the way that they've structured it. As we go forward, there is opportunities because we sit on the job seeker side and we have trust. You know, our model is not about turning all of your data into publicly consumable information like kind of Social Network 1.0. It is about giving you a way to negotiate what you want to share. And if you could earn, if a hiring person can earn your trust, you might be able to share even more information with them and get to a better decision. Like, I want the market to clear. I want talent and to find great jobs and great companies to get great people. And right now, everything seems to have been designed as a moat to keep out a few bad actors, and that worked when they weren't under siege and everything was up in the air. And now that workers have more power and leverage, that's just not going to work. Companies that are keeping talent out will lose as we go forward.
Yeah, well, and it's even reflected in the roles themselves within HR, right? So now it's become an HR person used to be the recruiter and the, basically the judge, jury, and executioner inside of employee policy, right, for the business. And now you have stuff like talent retention, talent acquisition. So there's a seemingly focus with headcount, but the tools and processes are just broken. They're not actually doing the job and helping them get through that.
Yeah, there's good recruiters out there, right? There's good hiring managers. There's people who care about candidate experience and who are on top of it. But they're still at the whims of an ecosystem of products that are built to flood them with a pipeline of spam. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's a whole bunch of spam. That's why you have to have resume parsers. So a robot can read a resume and say, this person doesn't relate to this job. Please don't even look at this resume, right? So there are good people out there. There is even good tools out there for recruiters that allow them to stay in communication and track their candidates. But there really isn't anything for the job seeker, and it's really not addressing these underlying problems we're talking about.
Yeah. So last question. What does the next 6 to 12 months look like as you launch? You've launched this week, feeling strong. Where are we heading? Where's JobWord heading?
Boston.
We would really like to help workforce development in San Antonio. That's a huge goal of JobWord's, kind of to be able to have that social impact. Mm-hmm. And so we have a lot in the works. We've done a lot of work already with Project Quest, with helping them with their professionals and their programs to help them write resumes. And I know we're in talks with the city to do some stuff. And really, where I see it as the product owner, is that why I got this question? We want to prove it in San Antonio because we all love San Antonio and we want to see San Antonio thrive. And so in the next 6 to 12 months, I want to have a lot of people in San Antonio getting jobs and getting the right jobs for them.
I love it. I love the mission of what you guys are doing. It's fantastic. I'm so glad you've gotten together as a group and you've come up from the San Antonio ecosystem and are so supportive of it. And for those of you who are here and also online with us on our YouTube channel, how do we go find JobWord and start flooding you with people using the program, getting on the resume, building that stuff out? How do they find you?
I can't believe we didn't say this. It's free. It's a free app.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have said that.
Free, even better.
Resume.jobword.app will take you straight to the resume generator. JobWord.app will take you to our website where you can learn more about us. We have an ebook we're writing about all the research. We're giving away all the stuff. So the research we've done over the last 2 years, we're writing a book about it. The first chapter is available on the website. You can just go read it. As I said, it's free, it's free, it's free. So if you know somebody who's looking for a job, if you know somebody who needs a better resume, a bad resume comes across your desk, please send them to JobWord. We say a lot of times this is a huge mental health strain on professionals. Please talk to somebody about your job search. Talk about how it's going. Talk about what you want. If you can't find somebody, talk to us. Like, go to jobword.app, call us, email us. Like, we'll talk to you about your job search. We'll see if we can help you out. But
I've seen you engage with some folks on Twitter, and they're not just saying that. They're actually walking the walk.
Thanks, man.
Well, and if you're not looking for a job, but you know someone who is, like, it is incredibly stressful.
Oh my God.
And so, in fact, there have been studies done that show that losing your job can be as traumatic as losing your spouse. And so if you know people, genuinely ask them how they're doing.
Yeah.
It's an existential crisis for them, and lots of people are not okay. And so, yeah, we want to be that resource, but we want to encourage everyone else to be that resource in their own networks as well.
Fantastic. So jobword.app or resume.jobword.app. Go and check it out. Download, get connected, start using it, build your resume, and go get hired. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Drew, Natalie, Dirk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, welcome to San Antonio Startup Week, and thanks for coming to listen to our somewhat unconventional talk. We're excited to have you all today.
Yes.
I just want to make a quick note. We are not sponsored by Apple, Ted Lasso, or anyone that has anything to do with this show. We're just super fans, and yeah, don't sue us.
Please don't sue us, yeah.
All right. A little bit about us, Jared.
My name is Jared Stevens. I'm a design leader. I'm currently the head of product design at Bright Health Group. And I started my career off at a lot of small companies. I did some startups. Then I worked at USA for about 6 years, so I did the large company thing. And now I'm at Bright Health Group, which is kind of a graduate of a startup graduate. We just IPO'd a couple of months ago. So it's been a kind of a successful startup story. But throughout my career, I worked at agencies, I worked at large companies, and I think I found just about the right size for my particular skill set and my particular gifts. What really throws people off, though, about me as a design leader is that I can't draw. I'm not that type of creative. And it took me a really long time to figure that out about myself. I dealt with my own little flavor of imposter syndrome because I can't draw, as opposed to this guy who can draw pretty well. But what I learned is that creative leadership is its own type of art. And you don't have to be really good at the physical art skills to be a good creative leader. I'll hand it off to you, Jeremy.
My name is Jeremy Carney. I am the Director of Digital Experience Design at Bright. I had to read that because Jared tells me I make my title up all the time. Most of my early career was spent in the startup space. I've been around geekdom since basically the start. If you've ever been to a Fermented Friday, that was actually something that we were part of starting.
That was my idea.
He named it.
He just about claimed credit for that.
I said we. So most of my early career, again, was in the startup space. I ended up going to work for a big corporation. I worked for USAA. But the thing about the dynamic that we have, why we end up talking together a lot, Jared and I have known each other for 25 years. We've actually known each other since high school geometry. We've worked at seven companies together. Yeah. Some by choice, some not. We've learned a lot of lessons together over the years, especially about leadership. That led us to create a podcast. So we're actually used to talking about this subject. We're just not used to doing it in front of people. We have spoken in front of people a few times.
Yep.
But we have a podcast specifically on design leadership. You want to tell them a little bit about it?
It is called Making Digital. So it's out there on the App Store. I guess we're heading towards the end of season 1. But if our talk sounds interesting to you at all, go give the podcast a listen, and we'd appreciate any likes or comments you have. I'm not going to stop my podcast spiel just because we're talking in public.
Awesome, I love it. So now, why Ted Lasso? This is why you really came, or this is why you're online watching us. It's a topic I've been excited to talk about for a really long time. I hope y'all have watched the show. If you haven't, I hope you go watch it later. We're specifically talking about season 1, so if things don't line up with where you are in a different season, it's okay. The reason why I connected so closely to Ted when we started watching the show is his style of leadership. A quick recap of the premise. Ted is an American football coach who was sent to England to coach a Premier League soccer team. And he wasn't set up from success. The odds were completely stacked against him. But how he leads people and how the people around him react to him is what's so magical and captivating about this show. Which leads us to our premise. A good leader can lead any team if. And we're going to take you through some if statements that we think are really important to how a good leader can lead any team.
Yep.
I'm going to pass it off to Jared for the first one.
So I'll kick us off, and the point we want to make here is that a good leader can lead any team if you rely on the right people. And the person from the show that we're going to talk about here is called Coach Beard. I don't know if he's called Coach Beard because he has a beard, or because that's his actual name, or if they're just leaving us in limbo. Have I missed that part?
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually his name or if they just call him Coach Beard. Anyway, Coach Beard is Ted Lasso's right-hand person. When Ted Lasso got the job, he immediately pulled Coach Beard in and said, okay, look, I need your help. Ted Lasso doesn't know anything about soccer, and he's going to coach this soccer team in another country. So you would think he would start reading about soccer, but he didn't. He got Coach Beard, who he trusted, and he knew anything that Coach Beard did, he dove into 100%. Ted Lasso knew about leadership. Coach Beard learned about soccer, and he became the soccer expert that Ted Lasso depended on throughout the entire process. And that's an important part, because one of the things I've struggled with as a manager and as a leader of people is that I feel like I have to be the expert on everything, but I can't be. I've done a lot of work in digital development, digital design, and everyone in here knows that that world is changing constantly and quickly. And stuff, I mean, I was a very good front-end developer 5 years ago. I'm not a good front-end developer now, even though my skills have stayed sharp. I haven't stayed up with the industry. I cannot be good at everything. And so if I go into a situation as a leader and try to depend on myself to know everything, I'm gonna fail. Or I'm going to feel like an imposter, or my team is gonna feel like, why is he doing everything? Why isn't he depending on us to do it? So one of the things that you notice about Coach Beard when he's on the plane is that he's always reading. He's always reading a book. And Ted Lasso points to him anytime that he needs a technical aspect of the sport. And I think that's important for us as leaders, is to know who the people are on your team that are the experts in any given spot and to depend on them. And I can speak for myself that depending on someone, especially in a tense situation, is not always easy.
Okay, but I've got a question. So if Ted is always pointing to Coach Beard when it comes to the aspects of a game, is Ted actually coaching?
Depends on how you define a coach. If you think that a coach has to be an expert at the entire game, then I'm sure that there are coaches that are experts at the entire game. I'm sure that there are leaders that are experts in their own field, but that leader and that coach is never going to be able to scale to a large organization. They're never going to be able to lead more than 3 or 4 or 5 people, because then it just becomes too massive. And so a real coach, a real head coach, has people underneath him who have special skill sets that they can depend on. So an example from my work, I started at Bright Health about a year ago, and I came in there to start their product design program, and there was only 2 of us when I started, and my first task was to grow this program to 15 to 20 designers in a year, which is not easy, especially in this job market. Everyone is moving and everyone is taking a new job, and it is ultra competitive. So I knew that my first couple of hires were going to be immensely important. When I first posted my job recs, I got a couple of people who applied to my requisition from previous team, who had been on my team previously. And it took me a little bit of time to decide, should I bring someone who I know and I trust into this new situation, or am I gonna try to build things from the ground up? Like, what's the right approach here? And I ultimately decided, I know the skill sets of these people. I know what they're capable of, and for these first few hires, I'm going to bring in someone who I can depend on and who knows all the technical aspects of the game that I'm trying to play. And then I'm going to expand out to bring on new team members. So it was a very intentional decision on my part to bring on someone who I knew and who I trusted and who had all the right skills at that moment to kind of lay a foundation from the technical aspects of what we were trying to do. So that's Coach Beard.
All right. The next person is one of my absolute favorite characters, Roy Kent. Why I love Roy, and going back to the premise of a good leader can lead any team if you find the key person to winning over the locker room. One, I love Roy because he can say so much with so few or no words, and that is not me. It takes me 3 sentences to explain how to open a door. I am just not the person who can, summarize things up quickly, obviously, as I keep talking about it. But the thing I really love about Roy in this context is how Ted identified him as the key to winning over the locker room. There's a moment in the show where Ted looks out at the locker room and he looks at Roy and he goes, he's the one. And then there's a moment where Ted and Coach Beard are talking and they say, he thinks he's mad now, wait till we win him over, just talking about what they were going to do. But he didn't just walk out and tell Roy, you're the one. He started a series of small actions to take place over the entire season, really helping Roy figure out that he's the one. One of the things that he does is he gives Roy a copy of A Wrinkle in Time, and Roy's reading it throughout the series, and there's this amazing moment where, if you don't know what A Wrinkle in Time is about, it's about the story of a young girl's struggle with the burden of leadership as she journeys through space. And there's this beautiful moment in the series where Roy has this realization that, as you can see, wait, am I supposed to be the little girl? And it just was this beautiful moment because Ted had brought him through this journey, through all of these actions and through this book. Roy realizes that he has to be the one to turn the locker room around. So how do you find that person in your own company, in your own organization? That's the tricky piece to this. But paying attention to who has the respect on the team is key. So when I was at USA and I took over one of the teams as a director, as a new leader, coming onto that team, I was immediately able to identify the one person, this project manager, who just had the respect of the team. Everybody talked to her. In fact, they would talk to her more than they would talk to me. But she was the one who really, really had the respect of the team. Me investing time in her and her growth and helping her to see her importance on the team transformed that team. And it was an action that I'll never regret, was really looking and finding that one person.
Yep. The next person that we want to talk about is Nate. If you're familiar with the show, you'll know that Nate was is it a Kit boy?
Kit man, I think.
Kit man?
I think
All
so.
right. I have no idea what a Kit man does in soccer. However,
the kit's the uniform and the shoes and.
Okay. The kit is the uniform and the shoes and things like that. So that's what Nate was. Nobody looked up to him. Nobody respected him. Nobody really cared what he thought, but Nate had opinions. And Nate was paying attention to everything that was going on in the field, and Ted noticed that. And Ted started to nourish that. And throughout the season, you see this growth of Nate as a player. And if Ted had not talked to Nate, if Ted had not nourished that relationship, he would have never realized that Nate had a lot of subject matter expertise. He knew the game a lot better than Ted did. And so the point we want to make here is, when you're dealing with your team, you're dealing with, even with your peers, if you want someone to trust you, you need to give trust. And giving trust and investing in someone allows them to very easily turn around and invest in you and trust you. It's a two-way relationship in the workplace, I think in relationships as well, but I'm not a relationship expert, so I'm not going to go there. But I will say, from a leadership perspective, when you invest in people and when you trust people, it allows them to trust you back. Where this came into play on my own team is I was recently hiring for a director position, and I put out the rec. I had a lot of great candidates apply. I mean, stellar candidates that I think could probably have easily had my job, but they were applying for a job where they would be working for me. So I was excited to interview them. I was excited to get it going. But then someone on my team, one of my leads, came to me and said, you know what? I think I want to apply for that position. I want to see if I'm the right fit for that. And my first thought was, I don't know. Like, I have these great candidates. I could be bringing this great talent in, but I was like, no, let's go ahead and interview. Let's interview you. We'll put everybody through the same panel. They interviewed great. They had a lot of great things to say, and it was a very close decision. But what ultimately tipped the scale to me was that when you invest in someone on your team, they're going to invest even more in your team than you do. And believing in someone and promoting from within has so many advantages. So if you're in the right situation to do so, and there is someone on your team who is close to being that lead, even if they're not quite ready, if you invest in them and you give them that opportunity, a lot of times it's going to pay off more than bringing in external talent.
Awesome. A good leader can lead any team if you pay attention to toxic teammates and you deal with them. I hate talking about this subject, but it is one that is incredibly important because toxic teammates destroy teams. Did you know most professional sports have a plus-minus average of points scored on the field, well, like while you're on the field and while you're off the field? So basically measuring while you're on the field, does the team do better? Or while you're off the field, does the team do better?
No idea, but now my life makes sense.
Yeah, I'm measuring you all the time.
But I want to correct you. It's not a field. It's called a pitch.
What?
In soccer, it's called a pitch. It's not a field.
Okay. Things we learn.
Yeah, sorry, I've been reading about soccer while you were droning on.
So Ted's assessment of Jamie as a toxic player and working to address that by both him and other teammates like Roy Kent was key to getting the buy-in from his team. With toxicity, a lack of action leads to a breakdown in the trust and belief that things are going to get better on your team. Action speaks volumes. A lack of action with toxic teammate is even louder. Imagine a scenario where Jamie was allowed to continue playing and behaving as he did. I don't think the team would have had more wins in that season. Maybe Jamie's stats would have gone up, but his toxicity outweighed the contributions to the team. In that case, his plus-minus was in the negative, both in score and in team culture. I have had on my teams some incredibly talented people, some of the best designers, developers that I've ever worked with, who were some of the most toxic people that I have ever worked with. And that is extremely difficult because while you want to rely on the talent and you want to really use the things that they have to give, I would say two people with half their skill set, even one person with half their skill set would be more valuable to a team because of what toxicity can take away from your team. Whereas the positive attitude is a multiplier, the toxicity absolutely is a detractor.
Yeah, I want to go back to the point that you made there, that not taking action on toxicity is just as bad as taking the wrong action on toxicity. When you do not take action on a toxic team member, it drives the non-toxic team members away from your team.
Yeah.
It's very tempting as a leader to think, I just need to give it more time. I need to give this person another chance. And I like to play the nice guy. I really like to play the nice guy. I like to give people more chances. And sometimes knowing when you've given enough chances and when it's time to move on can be a hard decision to make. But just know every time you decide to give someone another chance that is bringing toxicity to your team, everyone else on your team is taking another step further away. All right, so that takes us to, if you can lead any team if you invest in your team's growth. This is my favorite one. because I have a really great personal story about that. But what happens in Ted Lasso is the team's not doing well. The team's losing. And they're about to be relegated, which means they're about to be sent to essentially the minor leagues. Is that what it is? They go from like the Premier League to
a lesser league.
To a lesser league. So like going from the majors to the minors, to use a baseball analogy. So you would think that Ted would be upping their training and would be yelling at them and would be pushing them. But what does he do? He buys them a book. And I think it really makes a lot of people mad that he does that, but I love that analogy because what he does is he invests in his team. He invests in their learning. And if you remember Jeremy's point, that Roy Kent's transformation started with that book, started with investing in one of the team members. Sometimes when things are super stressful, when you feel like everything's falling apart, when you feel like you don't know how to handle the situations that are going on in your job, the last thing you want to do is spend time investing in your team, because that feels like the least urgent, the least important thing that you could be doing. But I can promise you, it's at those moments when you most need to invest in your team, because you're not going to be able to carry yourself out of that stressful situation. Only the team united can carry you through that, and you can only do that if you're investing in your team. That's your number one job as a leader. I guess time frames don't matter, but there was a time when I was trying to decide between two very good jobs. I had two very good offers on the table. One was at a company I was already at. They wanted me to take on some additional responsibility. They wanted me to lead in another area of the company. And then I had an external offer. And the external offer was offering more money and the ability to do even more responsibility. But I really liked where I was at. And I really liked the team I had. And the money wasn't as big a deal as the ability to invest in my team. So I went to both companies and I said, look, investing in my team is a very big part of what I want to do. How can you help me have the funds, have the opportunity to invest in my team? And the company that I was at offered to give me more bonuses, offered to give me a retention agreement, offered me more money, but they would not offer me the funds to invest in my team. They wouldn't offer me the funds to buy books, to buy magazine subscriptions, to send folks to conferences. And the external company said, yeah, sure, we'll give you a budget for that. So I made that decision not based on money, but based on the fact that one company would allow me to invest in my team and the other company didn't seem interested in that. That to me shows, as a leader, that's the company I want to work for. I don't want to work for a company that doesn't empower me as a leader to invest in my team.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. So, bringing this home, a good leader can lead any team if you believe. And if you've watched the show, it's a familiar sign. Believing in your team, believing in your purpose, and believing in yourself, you can't go wrong. Trent Krim, one of the reporters in the show, says it best. If the Lasso way is wrong, it's hard to imagine being right. That's it.
I'll add one bonus.
I love it.
One bonus point to it. The owner of the team, Rebecca, she brought Ted Lasso, this football coach from the American college system, to coach a team in England because she was mad at her ex-husband. And her ex-husband loved that team. So she wanted to do something to screw it all up. She thought that by bringing Ted Lasso, she would embarrass her ex-husband. As the season went on, she realized she'd actually done a really good thing and that Ted Lasso was the right coach for this position. But now she had this secret that she was holding back, and she didn't feel like she could move forward as Ted's leader unless she told him the truth. And so she did. She told him, look, I brought you here as a joke, but you've proven me wrong. she was incredibly brave in that moment. And I think as a leader, sometimes we hesitate to be honest with the people that we lead. There are some things we can't be honest about. Like, I'm not telling you go out and tell everyone everybody's salary at any given point, right? Sometimes there's a right position for that, but there are things that as a leader you can't share. But when it comes to tough decisions and when it comes to tough situations, be very clear in your mind about what you absolutely can't share and about what you can share but you're just hesitant to share. And I would say always steer on the side of honesty when you can. You have to give trust to get trust. So that's your bonus tip for that one. I wanted to bring Rebecca into that story.
I love it. Awesome.
Right.
Thank you so much for joining us. Go out. We hope these are helpful tips to you. And if you haven't watched the show, go watch it, and it might make sense. But
yes, definitely.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep. Do it.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions or anything that we can answer from your side?
Oh, he's going to use the microphone. I like it.
All right.
How has your leadership stuff changed in this kind of remote forward pandemic world? Like, it's different when you're around everybody every day, but now they're really far away.
Yeah. So, do you want to go?
Yeah,
first.
I can say that being intentional about making time for your people, whereas when we were in the office together, I would have had the opportunity to sit next to them or pass by them, and I don't have that opportunity now. And so if I don't have meetings scheduled, and if we're not talking about their progress or how they're doing, I start to feel distant, and I'm sure that they feel distant from me, and that's not a good thing. You want to understand what's going on. I'm not a micromanager, but I want to know where they are in the trenches so that I can be there to help them. So for me, just being diligent about making sure that time is there and that those conversations are had has been what I've done.
Yeah, I think. So I went through the start of the pandemic on one team, and then I transitioned jobs kind of 6 months into the pandemic and had the ability to actually build a team that was completely distributed. And so I kind of see two different sides of this, but the biggest thing I think leading a team that's distributed like this that has highlighted for me is the extreme differences in how people work and in how people are energized to work. You always knew that there were introverts and extroverts and ambiverts, which I probably lean more towards the introvert side. The workplace is always tended to favor the extroverts, the people who like to walk up to desks and just start chatting and start getting along with everybody. That's him. That's totally not me. The distributed nature of the team, I think, makes the importance of extroverts, not the importance, makes the ability of extroverts to connect to people much harder. And they're a lot louder about it. The introverts have always kind of been quiet about it, whether they're in pandemic or non-pandemic, but the extroverts are feeling this pain of being distributed, and they're looking for solutions. What I've had to be careful of, though, is to overcorrect in a distributed model to always just accommodate the extroverts. There's a lot to be said about asynchronous working and about planning ahead and about doing things more efficiently that just stream of consciousness talking in a meeting doesn't solve. So my team has tried to be very intentional in our process and in the way that we've structured our critique and our collaboration times about meeting both needs. Meeting the need of someone who needs to think about something before they go out and give creative criticism on it. And also the people who thinking ahead doesn't really do them a whole lot of good. Like, they just need to be stream of consciousness about it. You have to meet both needs. And I think the working in a distributed nature has highlighted that dichotomy.
besides firing someone, what are some strategies that you can have to deal with a toxic teammate? Because probably firing would be the last resort. No?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a great question. Yeah, firing is not only the last resort, it's also hard, especially in the case that I was talking about earlier, where you have an extremely talented teammate. I try to have open conversations with my teams throughout the process, regardless of who they are. And I always try to get them to see, it's hard to go to someone and say, you're a jerk to everyone. It's a little easier to go to someone and say, the perception of the team is that you don't let anyone else talk. Or the perception of the team is that when you're in the room, people are anxious to give their opinions, or our partners don't respond as well if you're there. So if you start talking about it from the perception side, it kind of pulls it out of just your viewpoint, and gives it does that without calling out team members. I'm trying to give them a wider view of it, but I'm trying to show them how they come across, because sometimes they might not think that they come across the way that they do. They probably are the last person to think that they're the toxic teammate, to be honest. And so showing them that people see them that way is incredibly valuable in that case.
Yeah. I've also seen it where I will have teammates coming to me saying, this person's doing this, and this person's doing this, and this person's doing this. And if it's always coming from me to the toxic team member, then it just sounds like my boss is getting on to me again. Yeah. I try to encourage, where they're comfortable, the team members to say, look, we were in that meeting with the business partners, and you made that comment, and that made me feel very uncomfortable, because you put a lot of pressure on me in that situation. Now, there are certain situations where it should be the boss communicating it and not the team members. Like, I'm not talking about like HR violations or things like that. But in the case where the toxic team member is causing team disruptions, hearing it from the team is very different from hearing it from the boss. So I try to get the team members to communicate that. I also, you have to have frank conversations to begin with. If you've just been letting it build, and I know this because I've done this, if you just let it build, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna have to fire this person, I'm just gonna have to fire this person. You need to have frank conversations first. You need to lay out, these are the behaviors that I see that absolutely have to change. And if they don't change, your status at this company is going to have to change. Talk about the perceptions, like Jeremy was saying, but be very specific on the behaviors. Look, every single time that we're in a meeting, you're always multitasking. And the team isn't getting the leadership out of you that they need. That has to change. Well, now, that gives them something to measure against. It's not just you're being a jerk, Behavior change is one thing, but then you also have to start to get to the root of what's happening here. Sometimes people are just toxic and they're not going to change. Sometimes they're toxic because they're really not in the right job, or they're not on the right part of your team, or they're not in the right part of the company. And you can help them be less toxic by getting to know them, by getting to understand them, by finding that right spot for them, to find out what are the things that are causing them to act out that way.
Yep.
Good question.
I want to add to that. When you have people who have risen through the ranks as incredibly gifted individual contributors, it's natural for people to look at them and go, we should make them a leader. And that's not always the case, especially at some points in time where you have someone who's an incredibly gifted individual contributor, but they are a toxic person. And so having conversations with them about where do you want to go in your career, like should it be leadership, being honest with them about their skill sets, and maybe that communicating with other people isn't in their upper skills right now, and it's something that they can work on, but you can communicate that to them, because maybe they shouldn't become a director. Maybe they should become a principal designer, is kind of the highest non-director role in the design field. But maybe they should be in that role instead of working with people, because the people that you grow on your team who go on to be leaders are someone else's leader or someone else's problem in the future, and you want to do everything that you can to make sure that they go into their next role in the right position, and not in a place where they would bring other people down. All right. Yeah, please.
If you have a distant or disengaged team, what is something that you would do to win your team over so that they become more engaged?
I think my go-to is being vulnerable with them, because ultimately getting people engaged is about getting them to care. And if it's always just about the work that's right in front of you, if they don't care about that, like if, oh wow, we're counting widgets, like who cares? I don't want to be involved in that. They're going to be disengaged. But if you show them a little bit of vulnerability about yourself, like, hey, look, I'm not that into counting widgets either. It's not that fun. But you know what is fun is thinking about what the success could be, and here's something that I'm struggling with right now, or there's a whole host of things that you can be vulnerable about. That will start to have it played back to you. Same thing, same principle we talked about earlier. You have to give trust to get trust. You have to be engaged. You have to show people that you care about them in order for them to turn around and be engaged and care about what they're doing.
Yeah, I actually love that question, because like going into a team as a new leader, especially with people you don't know, it's always daunting to go in and be like, okay, well, what are they going to think of me? And I tried to turn that on its head. I created a workshop. I call it the PIES workshop. It's purpose. Now I can't remember.
Identity,
empowerment, support. Thank you for remembering. But the whole purpose of it is to help the team figure out what they're there to do, who they are as individuals, to bring that together into who they are as a team, and then to work and learn more about the boss and what they're going to do as like how they want to work as a team, how they want to lead as a team, how they want to go forward, so that they understand who they are before you start working. Because if you go in and you're disengaged, if you have a disengaged team and you just start, all right, here's our assignment, let's go, you're not going to get buy-in from them. But it's part of that whole vulnerability piece that Jared was just saying. Sitting down and talking about who are we and what can we be as a group is a really powerful way to not only get their buy-in, but to engage them and focus them on their purpose and their future.
Yep. Have we done a podcast episode on the PIES method?
I think we did.
I think we did. Yeah. So if you're interested in that method, you can check out the Making Digital podcast. You can find out.
Yeah, our podcast is called Making Digital. Oh, PIES, PIES. I like food, so I named it after food. So, all right. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, for the people online, please.
Who has been Ted Lasso in your life, and how has it impacted you?
Oh man, that's a great question.
I've got one.
Go for it.
So when I was at USAA, my executive director quit to go work at InVision, and they didn't immediately replace him. So then I started working for the chief design officer, Mariah, and I was very, very nervous, like extraordinarily. Like I'd had maybe one or two conversations with her up to that point. She was incredibly intimidating to me. That imposter syndrome that I talked about earlier about not being able to draw. Well, now I'm reporting to the chief design officer of a Fortune 100 company, and I'm like, she's gonna think that I'm a fake. Like she's gonna realize that I'm really an imposter. Plus, she's responsible for 250 designers, and I've got my little team of 7 here. She's not gonna have time for me anyway. Within a month of reporting to her, I was amazed at how much time she gave me, at how much she was willing to invest in me and invest in my growth and invest in like actually knowing me and what I was working on and what my team was struggling with, even though she had all of these other priorities going on. And I knew that. And I knew she was leading a large organization. Like, she was the best boss that I've ever had at getting to know me and at pushing me and at helping me achieve what I didn't even know that I could achieve.
Yeah. Mine was a guy, he was on the board of a startup that we were at. His name is Ed Bergen. I love Ed because at that time I was leading the company. I forgot what my title was at the time, but I was doing the operations for the company. I was doing business development. I was doing what I thought was propping the company up. I thought I was doing all of the work to lead it, and I wanted my title to match it. I was a little bit of a jerk, I think, in my head at that point. But I remember talking to Ed about it and having this long conversation with him. He gave me a book called The Rational Manager, and I was far from rational. I think I still am far from rational. He gave me this book called The Rational Manager that I still have, and he talked me through it, and he said, Jeremy, like, if you do the work, your time will come. And he's like, it might not be here. Like, just to be clear, like it might not be, but if you do the work, your time will come. And we were actually talking about this last weekend. Someone asked the question, like, what's the biggest difference between how you feel now in your 40s, it's a surprise, I know, and how you felt in your 30s. And I thought back to that moment, and I realized, I think I'm the leader now that I thought I was when I was 30. And that was like this very powerful moment, kind of back to that point where someone was telling me, you're gonna get there, but I needed more time. I needed a decade to get there. So Ed was mine. All right.
All right. Well, great questions. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure getting to talk to you. Feel free to reach out to us on LinkedIn if we can ever be of service, and check out our podcast at Making Digital Podcast.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
All right, guys, so why are we here today? We're here today because of people like Dax and Lorenzo and Geekdom and all the people that worked really hard to put Startup Week San Antonio together. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. You know, while we're here is that, you know, we see the importance of coming together as a community, sharing knowledge and learning from others, right? There's only so much that we can know and understand ourselves, but when we're able to come together as a community and share knowledge and triangulate ideas, it's huge because it just totally catapults us on a whole nother level into the future. My name is Javier Guerra. I am the co-founder of TechHuman. TechHuman is an intelligent technology team solutions company headquartered out of Geekdom here in San Antonio. And really, you know, our sweet spot, we work with technology teams. And that's what we do all day long. That's what we've been doing for years. And we're going to talk about a lot of concepts having to do with teams today, but these concepts, you know, I'll share real life stories, but these concepts translate over to any team, really, because it has to do with human behavior. But the stories I'll be sharing with you are really geared towards our technology clients. So I'll also be sharing, you know, principles and tactics on how to sustain a competitive advantage into the future as the business landscape continues to evolve. As you all know, you know, we're faced with COVID, and some things have accelerated like huge, way faster. We were planning on doing things that probably wouldn't be mainstream for maybe another 3 to 5 years. And because of COVID, it's just totally catapulted things. And we've had the opportunity to shift our business model, to shift the way that we're getting in front of people, to shift our messaging, all kinds of stuff. So it's been huge for us. So I'm also going to be sharing some innovative approaches on how we align, scale, and optimize teams, not only internally, but also for our clients. And you know, we work with anybody from a startup, venture-backed startup, to Fortune 100s, and we're doing this across pretty much all sectors. But again, we're working with technology departments or technology organizations, and working with you know, hiring managers up to the C-suite, mainly with technology leaders. So the things I'm going to be talking about, you know, please keep in mind, I'm not going to get into the typical rainbows and unicorns concepts that maybe we hear about or read about in books and we don't really kind of know how to apply them. Please feel free to interrupt me. If you're online watching, you know, feel free to ask a question if you can ask a question, and we'll try to chime in and answer that question, either mid-presentation or at the end. We'll have a Q&A. But we're really going to talk about, you know, some ways that you can actually apply these things, talk about real stories of how we're applying things internally and with our clients. We are going to be giving away a few free team analysis and strategy sessions. And so, you know, stick around. You do need to be watching live to get this. I'll give you guys instructions on how you can kind of get your name in the hat to get a free session and kind of go from there. We can do this for you guys for free, but we need to kind of cap the team size at 20. So if you have anywhere from, you know, 2 to 20 employees on a team, then we'll do a free team analysis, and we'll also have like a strategy session with you, give you a bunch of recommendations and like help you understand how to bring a lot of these concepts to the ground on a day-to-day basis. So my story, you know, I've worked, actually, when I was a kid, I was always curious. I wanted to fix things. I wanted to help people, and so I had a passion to become a doctor. You know, I got mixed up and went down some wrong paths in life in childhood and in early adulthood. But when I finally kind of snapped out of it and went back to school, I got my pre-med, and I was going to apply to medical school. At that time period in my life, I was like really a perfectionist, and so I was digging into the medical industry, and I found a lot of things I didn't agree with. So I decided not to go down that path. I view holistic medicine, preventative medicine, as a better solution. And so now today, fast forward today, we're applying these concepts to teams, of really looking at teams holistically and proactively, and doing things to build and sustain healthy teams that produce at a high level. And again, this is mainly for technology teams that we do it for. Now, I've part of that story too is I've worked on some extremely dysfunctional teams, and I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've built dysfunctional teams, right? I used to think that you could just go find people that were smart and had a lot of experience and stick them in a room and expect that they were going to work well together, right? And wasn't really paying attention to like the core values of the company and this kind of stuff and how those people aligned with it. And so, you know, I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've learned from a lot of those mistakes, or probably all those mistakes. But I've also worked on some amazing teams with massive companies, with smaller companies, and I've also been able to build some amazing teams and help clients do the same. And you know, I like to kind of consider that we're almost like counselors for technology departments, right? It's like we talk to leaders, we hear all their problems, we see all their pain, and we talk to candidates, we talk to employees, our consultants out on billing, or people that we're just inserting into teams for our organizations, and they tell us a lot of things of like dysfunction and what's good and the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? And so it's almost like we're counselors for teams. So we're in a unique position to be able to help people from that perspective. So if you lead a team, or if you're a startup founder, you understand the frustrations of limited time and limited resources. You know, if you're working for a large organization, you know, the motto or the way things are going is like they're continuously constricting your time and constricting your resources and expecting you to do more with less. And so, you know, the problem solver in me wanted to fix that problem, right? I got tired of just kind of putting Band-Aids on things for clients. I wanted to go deeper and really figure out what is the root issue causing these problems. And so I really studied, you know, organizations. I studied a lot of things in the real world, and we put together some solutions that are solving these root problems for leaders. Me as a startup founder myself, you know, having started multiple startups, you know, if you're thinking about starting a startup and you're worried about not having the time or the resources or whatever, just to let you know, when I left corporate America, I literally read a book called Before You Quit Your Job by Robert Kiyosaki, and I learned about what I needed to do to build a real company that would scale. And I had no money, like I was severely in debt. And so when I started my first company, I had to get people to come work for me on straight commission, right? And I literally started with like an Excel spreadsheet and like a database of information. And then built it to, you know, to where we are today. So you know, don't let the doubt creep in, right? If you have something you want to do and you're passionate about it, you can make it happen. So if you are a team lead or a startup founder, you know, you've probably felt some of these challenges, right? Wearing too many hats, putting out fires, business demands growing. Talent acquisition is a huge problem for a lot of people, as well as turnover, right? Especially now, you know, we just had a client, a new client for us, talk to us the other day, and they said, look, I just lost 12 people on my team. I lost 12 people. They went to other companies that are allowing remote work, and they're probably paying more money, right? And so there's a lot of this happening right now with the shift in the market. So imagine what things would be like if you could use your time more wisely, if you could leverage data to make better business decisions and make less mistakes, right? If you didn't have to pull your hair out constantly putting out fires or dealing with time-consuming personnel issues, and you could really focus on what you enjoy and what you're good at and what's gonna make the biggest impact to what you're trying to accomplish for your team or for your organization. Really, that's what we're really doing for clients, is we're helping them to really leverage their time better and leverage their teams more and accelerate success. So before I get into more of the details, I'm just going to do a little mind exercise, right? So just think real quick, how many grains of salt do you think are in this jar? So just get that number. Now think about how many grains of salt are on the coast, in whatever coast you're nearest. Then think about how many grains of salt are on every beach in the entire world. Then think about how much more sand is in the bottom of the ocean, and how many, did I say grains of salt? Grains of sand. How many grains of sand are in the bottom of the ocean on the entire planet all put together, right? Scientists have said that there's more planets in the cosmos than there are grains of sand on this planet. And some scientists believe that there's more planets that can sustain life in the cosmos than there are grains of sand on this planet. So just trying to wrap your head around how big that number is, I don't know about you, but it's difficult for me to, I can't count that high. But then thinking that there's a giant sphere floating in the cosmos, just as many of those, it shows me how little I actually know, right? And so let's do something else. If you stand up right now and just kind of go to like a post or like a wall, wherever you're at, and then cup your two hands together like this, and only look through the eye that you can see through your hands with, and then walk back to your seat. Carefully, please. Disclaimer, we are not responsible for any injuries during this exercise. Just walk back to your seat and sit down. So just that perspective of knowing that there's that many planets out in the cosmos that we know so little about, yet, and we're walking around through life literally with tunnel vision, right? And we have this really tiny perspective on what is our reality, but it's human nature to think we know it all and our way is the best way, right? And then we're very skeptical when somebody else says, this is what you need to do, or this is the better way, right? So just keep that in mind when I say there's a better way, because there is a better way, and it doesn't take that much time, and it's going to benefit you like hugely in building teams and scaling teams and optimizing teams. So Accenture did a study a few years ago, and they put out an article on the sustained competitive advantage, right, of a model, right? And this is really geared towards high-tech industries. But really nowadays, if you don't think that you are a technology company, no matter what company you are, then I believe that you're starting off on the wrong foot. And a lot of other very smart people believe that you're starting off on the wrong foot, because technology is gaining momentum at a huge pace. And if you're not leveraging technology to sustain a competitive advantage in the future, somebody that's smaller, more nimble, and more technical savvy is probably going to come in and start taking your market share. So really we need to start thinking of our organizations, regardless of what we do, as we are technology companies. And we need to start becoming more technically savvy and leveraging technology to our benefit. Now, what Accenture is saying is that you need to be able to leverage and optimize culture systems, innovation systems, and operational systems within your organization. But what they also say is that culture is the binding force that holds all systems together and keeps them on track, right? So if you think about that, the culture of those different areas is extremely important. And those different areas could have different teams running those different areas that are doing different types of things in operations and innovation, and then in culture, right? Culture management, so to speak. So think about it. What is the one thing that continuously help you sustain a competitive advantage in the future if it's important to innovate or optimize culture systems, innovation systems, and operational systems? Anybody have an idea? Or anybody think they know what it is? It's people, exactly, right? So it's your people, but a person by themselves can only do so much. When you put two people together, then you have synergy, right? So two people could get as much done as maybe three people and four people could if they were individual and doing things on their own. But when they put their heads together and you start to assemble a team that is diverse in thought and motivators and skills and all this stuff, that's when the synergy kicks in, and you can create a lot more momentum and get a lot more done by having a team that's a cohesive unit working together. Now, if you build a team that's not a cohesive unit and working against each other, then you can drain a lot of that potential from them and literally amplify the negative on what you're trying to do. So we really need to focus on smart culture, innovation, and optimization, right? And so really your team is what makes the magic happen, right? Your team is your most valuable asset. And I'll talk more about that, but really without your team, you have nothing, right? I could go and build a company by myself and run myself into the ground, but I'm not going to be very effective. I only know certain things. I need a team that knows all the other things that I don't know, so I can transcend time and make things happen much more effectively, right? So, everybody knows that teamwork makes the dream work, right? Great teams enable the best companies to make money and succeed. So your team is what turns time into money. But organizations really closely monitor and strategically leverage their money, but most businesses don't know enough about their teams, right? And they could go out and do, Strength Finder and Predictive Index and all these other things, right? But a lot of surveys like Myers-Briggs and all this stuff, right? They're very difficult to interpret, and they're very difficult to apply if you don't have a system to implement them. Some of them you have to pay thousands of dollars to consultants to come in and even interpret them for you. So a lot of times these 360 reviews, because leaders are so busy and they have so many hats that they're wearing, or they're constantly putting out fires, these stacks of documents just end up in a desk somewhere. They don't really get applied on a day-to-day basis. So everyone knows time is money, right? So your team's time is money. But have you ever asked yourself, what is it about a great team that turns time into money? So have you ever been able to measure a team and see, like, what is it? What is the secret sauce of that team? What are the high performers? What's the DNA of a high performer? What's the DNA of a low performer, right? Why am I having turnover? What are some patterns that I'm recognizing in turnover? What are some patterns that I'm recognizing in people that are staying long term? Most people can't really answer that question, but there's actually really good ways to measure that and track that. So, ask yourself, why do organizations spend so much time and energy on financial planning and aligning the budget with the business needs, but they spend very little time working on like team planning and aligning the team culture with the business strategy, right? So they're hyper focused on the money, but they're not really focused as much on the team and getting strategic with the team and aligning the team with the business objectives, when the team is the one that's really making the organization money. Also think about, why do companies give such a high importance to their financial balance sheet, right? Like any organization to be successful, you have to do this. You have to look at your balance sheet, you have to budget, you have to leverage your money effectively, because money is like the fuel of the organization, but your team is the blood of the organization. Your team is what keeps the organization going and the blood pumping, right, and the heart going. And so why don't many organizations talk about or know, really have a really good effective way to balance how they're scaling their teams out, to building balanced teams that are bringing diversity of thought, diversity of skills. Diversity of skills, a lot of people have it sewn up, but diversity of thought, diversity of motivators, a lot of these other things are going to fill a lot of gaps and stop a lot of problems on the teams. And I'll share some stories a little bit later. Also, why is leadership so hyper-focused on monitoring the bottom line and adjusting spend as market conditions change, right? If you look at most organizations, that they're very hyper-focused on this, and they're looking at adjusting things as the market changes, but very, very few have a good strategy for adjusting their teams as the market changes, or adjusting their teams as the need for innovation changes, right? And they don't have a good way to measure it. They don't have a good way to align it, scale it, or optimize it. Now, I have talked to some people, like they build out spreadsheets, right? So they could do different things, and they build out spreadsheets of their teams, but it's very manual and very time intensive, but there's a better way. There's a way that we're leveraging that literally we can look at things on a dashboard, and I'll show you some samples of what I'm talking about, but we can literally look at our team on a dashboard, and we can help clients do this. And I'll share a story about how we help them identify one particular client here in a second. But the main point here is that we need to start treating our teams like our most valuable asset. And until we do that, there's gonna be a lot of missed opportunity, and we'll continue to struggle with repeat issues and having to put out fires and have personnel problems that continue to come up. And some organizations, a lot of organizations, the organization's being put at risk because not enough time and attention and strategy is going into building intelligently building and scaling teams. So before we get into this a little bit deeper, let's just get into kind of a foundation of human behavior, just to better understand what we're talking about here and some of the importance of it. But really to understand people, there's a part of people that's hidden and there's a part of people that we see, right? So below the waterline is hidden. And this really starts from when we're born and we start to develop our worldviews. So our worldviews then translate into our belief systems. Our belief systems translate into our values. And these things are in the background driving every individual that's on your team. And what you see is their behaviors. So as humans, we're very quick to think with that tunnel vision of, oh, my way is the best way. I'm smart. I know. I've read all these books. I've got this degree. I've done this, and I know what I'm doing, right? And that person over there is not doing it the same way, so they're weird or they're wrong or they need to shift it, right? But what we're not seeing is that person has these worldviews, beliefs, and values that they've come up with, and that's why they're behaving the way that they do. And that diversity of behavior also makes a team strong, right? When you have different types of diversity and different levels of diversity on a team. So it's your team that is going to help you sustain a competitive advantage, right? The teams are what really do it. So a highly effective team that is going to help you sustain a competitive advantage in the future, really the best team scenario is here in this action cycle. Like the actions that this team is taking is going to be in alignment with this. The first stage is forming, right? In the forming stage of a team, you have lack of clarity, more individual focus. People are kind of more self-centered. Then you'll start to build trust in that team, right? The next stage, you're going to move into storming. This is where conflict starts to come in, conflict arises, and individual establishment starts. So people will start to poise and position themselves as, hey, I'm a valuable member of this team. Like, I'm contributing to this team, and they try to position themselves, and they'll start to debate, right? And it's healthy debate, and it's important for the next shift in this. This is where the transparency starts to come in. So then you'll get into the norming phase of you'll have heightened clarity, increased agreement, right? Because people will start to commit. Because the team is building that trust, people are starting to speak up and be heard, and they felt like they've been heard. Without them being heard and feeling like they're a contributing member of the team, or they at least have a say-so in the team, it's going to be very difficult for them to commit. They may agree to the plans of the organization, but if they're not being heard or they don't feel like they're being heard, a lot of them could potentially be like, this is stupid. Why are we doing this? But if you let them talk, but then the team makes that decision moving forward, they're more likely to commit and get on board if they're heard, right? So the next phase would go into accountability. Because they're committed, they will hold themselves more accountable and they'll help hold their team members accountable. So that will catapult you into higher performance, right? So in the performing stage, you have clear strategy and vision, and you're going to have better results, right? Because everybody's going to really be bought in, and they're going to be rowing in the same direction, as Patrick Lencioni says. Are we getting any questions or anything so far? Any chance? Does anyone on like a team and they believe they know what stage they're in? Stage 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Robert Garcia online. It's a two-part question. Is it possible to use all or some of this strategy with short-term internships for a small business, maybe 2 to 3 employees, to create the right culture and lasting impact? And then 2, how does this strategy shift for husband and wife teams?
Ooh, great questions. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about human behavior here. At the end of the day, technology is great, methodology is great, but we're all dealing with humans. And humans want to do what humans want to do. So you can't force a human to do something that they don't want to do. You may be able to for a little while, but to get the most out of a human is you want to give the human what they want, right? And so people are driven by different things. And so one of the concepts that we use in our organization is a concept that we borrowed from LinkedIn, and it's called a mission alignment philosophy, right? So anybody that comes onto our team, they fill out a mission alignment form. We want to know exactly what they want. What do they want in their life? What do they want in their career? And then we align that personal mission with the organizational mission to help them get what they want. So, I mean, Clarice is here in the audience right now. Like, she one day wants to start her own digital marketing firm. She's doing marketing for us, so I'm helping her understand how to create a business and how to scale a business, and one day may help her start her own business, right? So theoretically, if people are getting what they want, they're going to be engaged when they come to work, and they're going to stay long term because you're helping them and you're providing more value than just the paycheck, right? So from a cultural perspective, I'll get into a book that you could read to help you with that culture, but it's really laying the foundation, understanding what you need, and setting the core values, but don't just put them on the wall. Like, you need to live the core values. You need to hire against the core values. You need to fire against the core values. You need to measure and reward against the core values. And if your team is not living the core values, you need to get rid of the core value. Because core values are meant to be lived on a day-to-day basis, and they're like a living, breathing machine. They can evolve if the business needs evolve, right? For a husband and wife team, I'll recommend that same book, because I've built a company with my wife, and at the beginning stages, it was like this, because we are two direct opposites. And this book will give you a tool to measure that in there, right? And the book is called Traction. We actually operate on the entrepreneurial operating system, and literally gives you a measurement. And so I'm a hardcore textbook visionary. My wife is a hardcore textbook integrator. And so we don't do things the same way, right? So until we got on the same page with that, there was a lot of this. Now we're staying in our own lanes, and we've taken things to a totally another level. And we're growing at a rapid pace, right? Because we're rowing in the same direction. So from a strategic perspective, if you ever read anything from Jeff Bezos, I think I got one comment is from the Amazon Way on IoT, right? Or from Ray Dalio. He's one of the biggest hedge fund managers in the world. Wrote a book called Principles. They would agree that you don't truly understand a problem until you can build it into a mathematical equation. So this is our mathematical equation for building high-performing teams, and it really will help you like step up your team performance in a step, right? And so if you were to give a score 1 through 10 for your organizational strategy, score it 1 through 10, and then look at your team culture alignment with that organizational strategy. Give that a score of 1 through 10. And then you multiply that by the team execution on that organizational strategy. That's going to give you your score for the degree of team performance that you can have and your ability, right? And so if you have a hole and you have a very weak organizational strategy or undefined organizational strategy, if your team culture, if you don't understand team culture, first of all, you can't measure it, all this stuff, it's going to be a lot harder to align your team culture with that organizational strategy. And then it's also going to be hard to figure out how well they're executing on it, right? Now, you can look at numbers, you can look at certain things, but I'm talking about a much deeper understanding of how this works. Any questions on that? So let's talk about, team culture. In order to be able to see a team culture, you really need to put on some new lenses, right? And understand, what are you looking for in your team culture? How, and to be able to really observe what's going on, you really need to understand, number one, the motivators. So these are the internal values that drive us and are aligned with our why. So it's like the Simon Sinek, what is your why? Like, what is motivating your people? What are their behaviors? This is the how, right? How are they showing up in any given situation? What are their work energizers? Like, this is the what. Like, what do they enjoy doing? What lights a fire under them when they come to work? What do they enjoy, right? What energizes them? And then fourth is their life priorities, right? These guide their decisions. It's, for me, one of my biggest things is I want freedom and I want to be creative, right? I want to solve big problems. And so if you try to pigeonhole me into this little box or tell me to do something in a certain way and not give me the freedom to do it, it deflates me, right? And also things like integrity and stuff like that are some of my life priorities, but everybody's different. So when you understand these things and you can, start to measure them and really get a clear definition of what is your organizational strategy and what type of a team do I need to get to that strategy, and what will happen is you'll start to have problems, right? So we had a meeting or a quick call with a new client. It was a chief information security officer and a vice president of IT for a financial institution here in the local area. Within a 10-minute call, we told them what we were doing, and they were like, wow, like, you know, I wish I would have known about you guys like 2 weeks ago, because I had to put together a SWOT analysis for our executive team. So I said, well, wait a minute. When did you already turn it in? They said, no. And I said, when are you turning it in? They said, in a week. I said, well, I can do this in like a day or two. And so they said, okay, let's do it. So we quickly came in, measured their team. They had they were a security department, technology security, right? They had 13 employees, and we had a quick discovery meeting with them, and we asked them, like, what are your pain points? What are you struggling with? They said, well, look, you know, we're pumping out a bunch of new tools, and we're handing them over to operations, and operations doesn't know how to integrate them into the operations. They don't know how to use them properly because our team's not documenting properly, right? And then we keep having repeat issues, and we feel like people are just checking the boxes and moving on to the next thing. And we also are paying these high-level technology consultants in here that are like billing at very high rates, and they can't improve anything because there's not proper documentation. And if we lose somebody on the team, it puts us at a huge risk because everything's in their head, right? So we measured their team, and then we had another quick meeting with them, a 30-minute meeting, and we were able to show them, and I'll show you an example of this, but we were able to show them like their team was extremely like lopsided. There was very little diversity of thought. Nobody was motivated by innovation. Everybody was just kind of just motivated by just checking the boxes and moving on, right? And so they would have repeat issues. They were constantly having fires they would have to put out, and they were hemorrhaging money because they couldn't make any improvements. And how we're doing this is we're literally measuring the team, and we're putting their team in a data science platform, and we call it Tech Team IQ. And it's really helping them understand their team data and how it translates into where their problems are coming from, but where also maybe where some of their best performers are coming from, why they're having turnover, that kind of stuff, but also how they can predict performance in the future. So especially being able to predict somebody's natural ability to work in a remote environment. And really it helps them to really discover things about their team and the individuals on their team, engage their team at a deeper level, and then continuously evolve their team as their business needs evolve into the future. Specifically, if you're a startup, you're going to have different needs than you're going to have if you become an enterprise level company. As shifting to an enterprise level company, you're going to need to have processes and procedures more in place. You're going to need more structure. You're going to need more guardrails to kind of keep you going, and being able to let go of the vine, as EOS says, and elevate and delegate, right? To allow people to kind of shine and do their thing, and allow you to kind of stay in your lane and do what you do best. So again, this will help raise the awareness, accelerate team collaboration, and it would help you sustain a competitive advantage into the future as the needs continue to change. And this is like an agile approach. You just continue to kind of evolve this. Are there any questions on this so far before I go any more? Everybody good? So this is one like example of one of the things that we have, and this is actually our team. So this shows you what our team's energizes are, right? So our team is energized mostly by variety, right? We like to do different varieties of things, and we like to handle new solutions. And so our team is good at doing these types of things, of shifting to different priorities, shifting on different demands, and we like to create new solutions to things. So we like to solve problems for our clients, right? And this proves that our team is good at it, and that it energizes us to do that, so that we're happy at work. And this is exactly what we need as a team to do this. Some of these other people that are more with structure, improving methods, that kind of stuff, those are more administrative people that are kind of supporting some of the delivery team, so to speak. So when you're scaling your team, it's best to have more thought into it, right? Of how can I scale my team to where I need them to go? How can I scale my team to bring more diversity of thought, diversity of behaviors, diversity of motivators, and to fill some of these gaps or these problems that we're having with? So it's not just about the skill. It's not just, oh, I need a a developer to come in, or I need a salesperson to come in. No, it's I need somebody to bring more structure to the team and maybe build out some processes. That would help the team as a whole. I need somebody that's going to be, maybe more fearless and be motivated by new solutions. Maybe they can come in and help me deliver a better line of service, or improve our line of service, or optimize our delivery method to where it's going to help the bottom line. And so really, when you think about it in an agile approach, from the scaling component, once you're able to understand how to best align your team, you want to align and intelligently scale, and then continuously optimize, and just continue to do that, into the future. So if you look at our team here, this is what's motivating our team, right? So we have a fairly balanced team when it comes to motivators. But you can see there's a couple people, or a lot of people are motivated by freedom and uniqueness, right? So that's because we're more of we have a lot of salespeople that are dealing with clients or dealing with technologists and that are forward facing, right? And so that helps us from that area. But there's other people there's one person that's motivated by order, right? So these people will bring different things to the team. So with this one client that I was talking about, the security team, they were all left. Everybody was on the left side, and they had one person on the right side. And I can't show you their team because of privacy, right? But so it was extremely apparent, and they told us, they said, well, man, it looks like we're hiring everybody that's just like us. Right? Because it's human nature is you want to hire people that are like you because you kind of like them. When they needed people that were more so motivated by the innovation motivators, so they could stop the repeat issues, they could build out better processes, and they could mitigate risk moving forward. And so now they're able to look at that when they're bringing on new people into the team, and if they have turnover or whatever, they can kind of replace those people or bring on new people that are going to help them from a more diverse standpoint to help start putting out some of those fires before they happen. And what happens is that the leadership frees up more time for themselves to focus on more critical objectives. Everybody's happier, and they're performing better. So, after you start to intelligently scale the team capabilities, not just from skill set, but from other diversity of thought and motivators, then you can start to continuously optimize into the future, right? And so one of the ways that we do this is through team culture workshops. There's plenty of people out there, there's coaches, there's all kinds of people that could come in and help you with a team culture workshop. You could read books, right? And I'll tell you about a book. Patrick Lencioni is a great author if you want to learn about team dynamics and how to build healthy teams. But one practice that we incorporate is that anybody that works with us, they have access to a professionally trained coach, and they can get a coaching session whenever they want. They just have to ask for it. And so the coach helps them see things about themselves that are maybe there are roadblocks. It helps them become a better version of themselves. And we also help our clients with this as well, because it's very difficult for us to see within ourselves what's holding us back. It's just, it's just tough, right? But other people can see it in us like night and day. And then, from a management consulting perspective, there's people that can come in and help you from looking at what you're doing and how you're managing things and how you're driving your organization forward to give you recommendations. And we help clients with this, but one of the best and easiest ways to do it is just read this book, Traction, right? And this book gives you tons of tools of how to have effective meetings, how to set your core values, how to measure and hire a fire and measure against your core values. But it's literally a framework. One of the things that I got frustrated with is over the years, for years I've been reading and studying the best companies in the world and reading books, like a book a week, right? And it frustrated me because it never taught me how to apply the methods. This book basically takes some of the best practices of the best companies in the world and gives you an entire framework of how to run an organization, right? And so if you're thinking about starting a startup, if you have a startup, if you even in a large organization, I think it could help you just by reading this book and listening to the concepts that they're talking about, and they give all their tools away for free. We actually have worked with a professionally trained implementer for years to help us implement it, just because it's hard for us to see what we can't see in ourselves. But I implemented this by myself for like 6 months before I was able to convince my business partners to fork up the cash to bring somebody in, right? But it's huge. It's been a complete game changer. So doing these things, they're going to help you to evolve. But the important part is that you're going to have a solid foundation and a framework. You're going to have a clear understanding of what you were trying to accomplish, what your strategy is. You're going to be able to align your team and better understand your team and find the holes within your team. And if you're having turnover, or if you have top performers, you can start to identify patterns in the team, right? Of who are your top performers? What's the DNA of a top performer? What's the DNA of my best team in this department or whatever, right? And then making better business decisions as time goes on, because you're going to have that data, and you're going to eliminate the cognitive bias, because we all inherently think that like we know everything and we can make amazing decisions, which we can, but a lot of the times those decisions are flawed because of cognitive bias. Right? And so with having extra data on your team and identifying patterns and kind of tracking things in the future, it helps you make better business decisions based on data, not so much on opinion. So really, the overall concept is really to really move forward and do intelligent team evolution. The business landscape is changing at a rapid pace, right? People in college now are predicted to probably change careers like 5 times over their career. COVID has catapulted change like everywhere. You have VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity all over the place. So it's going to drastically help you to become an expert at change. And in order to be an expert at change, right, you got to test things out. You got to try things out. You got to use strategies and continue to just evolve in iterations into the future, and really align your team with your business strategy, intelligently scale your team, and continuously optimize your team as things change, as the business needs change, and as the business environment changes. Any questions coming in, or good? So, we're pretty much at the end of time here, but I mentioned at the beginning that we were going to give away a free team analysis and a strategy session. So what we'll do, for anybody that's listening, if you want to email us, just send us an email to connect@techhumanit.com. And in the subject line, put Intelligent Team Solutions. And then just in the body, just tell us, you can even just put a number in there. Just tell us how many people you lead, how many people are in your team that you lead. And again, we'll do this for free for a team up to 20 employees. And so what we're going to do is we'll come in and just kind of do a discovery discussion, find out who you are, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to accomplish, maybe what some of your challenges are, right? And then we'll literally very quickly measure your team. It will only take like 15 minutes for everybody on your team to answer a questionnaire. We'll populate your team in a human analytics platform that's a very easy to see graphical user interface that you can see your team and the different dynamics of your team. And then we'll set up a call with you to show you like what you're trying to accomplish. What are some things that are going for you very well that your team brings to the table to help you accomplish those things? And then what are some potential risks, or where are some holes in your team makeup to where, if you brought on a team member that was filling one of those skill set gaps, behavioral gaps, motivational gaps, right, priority gaps, they can help kind of polish up those areas and help your organization move forward, accelerate team collaboration, all different types of things like this, right? But again, just email us at connect@techhumanit.com, put Intelligent Team Solutions in the subject line, and just let us know how many people you lead on your team. And we'll select a few winners, and then we'll be in touch, and we'll set up a time to talk and get you guys rolling on this. Any questions? Good? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our session, Building a Sales Playbook. I hope that everybody is doing great, that Q4 has a lot of exciting things for you, and that you had a very successful Q3. It's still been a very challenging environment for a lot of companies, and we're still figuring out how should our sales playbook look like, or our sales strategies or process, how they should look like based on the environment that we're still living in. And my objective today is, in the next 45 minutes, I want to share with you a very simple process on how to start working on your sales playbook. And the reason that I was thinking about this session and how it makes sense for a lot of startups is that in most cases, when companies are starting, when you have a business that's still pretty young in terms of how long they've been in business, you can agree that they're experts in their product, they're experts in their systems, their services, but there's one thing that they lack, which is how to be more systematic when it comes to developing sales opportunities. And one of the worst mistakes that I've seen organizations making is really improvising how you develop a sales opportunity. So we have to make sure that we are systematic, that we have a process in play. And today, in the next 45 minutes, I will go over a process again that it'll be simple, not easy, right? Because you know that things are not easy, but it will walk you through this very simple methodology on how to put this process together. My name is Angel, or Angel Salinas, and I am the CEO at Sandra Training San Antonio. We are a sales training / sales coaching / sales consulting organization working with small, medium, large companies that need to improve, change, or create a sales process in order to be more effective when they are developing sales opportunities. So the first thing that I want to share with you is what are the 3 things that most companies or organizations are looking for, which are the reasons why they want to build a playbook. They want to have a document, they want a process that they can actually use for practicing, role-playing, rehearsing. It's just a great tool like any other, team in any sport that you can think of. They've got playbooks and they rehearse those plays. They practice those plays during the week and they expect to perform them on Sunday. So you will have something that you can actually prepare or use for preparation for role-playing or rehearsing, or even a document that you can use for onboarding new people as you are growing or adding more people to your staff. A playbook will also help you make sure that you feel confident about what you're doing. Why? Because there's certainty. You already know what the next steps are, and you can already anticipate how a prospect is gonna react to the things that you're doing. So the biggest problem with sales objections today, or how to handle them, is that you were not expecting them. They're coming from left field, and you're unprepared for them. So it'll help you make sure that you have a document that you can use for preparation. And at the end is, as you keep consistently using your playbook, you will master the process. And in sales, there is only one thing you can control: your behaviors, your process. You cannot control the outcome. And there's a rule that I love in sales that says, Mr. Prospect, Mrs. Prospect, the process is mine, the decision is yours. So we have to make sure that we take control of our process. Before I jump into what the sales process should look like and include, I want to make sure that I just share with you a very basic topic that I see a lot of organizations lacking or needing, which is how to fill the top part of the funnel, making sure that you find enough opportunities. And I can tell you that the biggest mistake that they make is that they are not consistent with what they are doing every single day, every single week. So I want to share with you what are those 3 things. You have to make sure that you define what your key prospecting behaviors are, and I'm going to share what those are. You need to make sure that you are allocating time or scheduling time for doing those lead generation activities, prospecting activities. And 4th, you have to make sure that you're consistent with goals. What do you want to accomplish every single day, every single week in terms of lead generation? So let me walk you very quickly through this first step. I call this the prospecting wheel, and it's a very simple process. Step number 1, if you are a startup today, or if you have 1 or 2 people in your sales team, and you are lacking consistency in the way that you're generating leads, step number 1, make sure that you understand how many conversations do you need on a weekly basis in order to find opportunities that are qualified or worth exploring. That is the center of this model. Number of conversations, number of contacts. Once you've defined that number, the second step is this. Make sure that you define and you select the 4 sales strategies that will help you have those 4 conversations. I call these 4 sales strategies your 4 non-negotiables. These are the things that you have to be executing every single week, every single day. You may change your strategies as a result of analyzing your last quarter or your last month. You could say, you know what, I don't think LinkedIn is working that well. I don't think Dials is working out that well. I'm going to change this strategy and try another one. So once you define that second level in this model, which are your 4 strategies, then you do a double click into each strategy and you ask yourself this: how can I make this strategy a behavior? I'll give you an example. Maybe some of you today are out here wanting to do some networking. You don't know who's sitting next to you. You don't know, who you're going to meet today. Well, the first thing in your prospecting strategy is actually showing up to the event. So good, you already did that. But the second thing that you have to define is once you are in this event, what exactly you're trying to accomplish. For example, how many new people do I want to meet today? That's a behavior. You could say, I want to meet 3 new people. You could say, I'm going to introduce myself to 4 people today. So making sure that you do a double click into those 4 sales strategies and turn it into a specific behavior that you can track, that you can set a goal, that is the first step to making sure that you build consistent behavior to fill the top of the funnel, okay? Now you may be asking, what are power plays that you need to make sure that you include in your playbook? I call these the prospecting power plays. If you take a look at this list, you have from how to make sure that you're leaving a good voicemail, how do you deal with gatekeepers when they pick up the phone, right? How do you send emails? How do you respond to LinkedIn messages? How do you respond to someone that says, hey, send me some information and I'll give you a call in 2 weeks? Or send me a quote, we'll review it and then we'll give you a call if you want to move forward. How do you respond to those type of situations? Do you actually have them in a document that you can use for rehearsal, for preparation, or even onboarding new people, or just making it part of your process? So these are the main power plays, the most common ones that we see most sales organizations focusing on to make sure that they have a process that includes specific behaviors that we need to make sure that we are executing when the time comes and you are in front of any of these opportunities, okay? So making sure that you've got these power plays as part of that top funnel strategy so that you don't get caught by surprise. You know exactly what you need afterwards, okay? So I wanted to just share this simple idea with you. This is really not what I want to talk about today, but I thought that it could be a good I guess, context of what our conversation should be, but this is the first thing that a lot of startups or young companies are dealing with. How do we build consistent prospecting behaviors? We don't have goals. We don't know what strategies we need to be doing. We don't understand what the 4 non-negotiables should be. And then we are not paying attention to these situations that need to be part of your playbook. Now let's go into the topic that I wanted to share with you today. I just wanted to share this quick idea with you about what are the challenges companies are having in that top part of the funnel. So a playbook will help you make sure that you are developing opportunities. In other words, managing your pipeline from step number 1 to the close. Now today we're going to define a couple of things. How many steps does your sales process have? We'll answer that in a minute. What do you need to do in every single step? We're going to define that. And then what are the objections or stalls that we need to get prepared with? Because we will most likely be facing these roadblocks and we have to be prepared. So this is what we're going to be talking about, and I'm going to walk you through the process. So here's step number 1. And I'm actually going to give you some time for you to think about this, okay? So building a sales playbook, the first step is answering these 3 or 4 questions that I have here. Number 1, how many steps does your sales process have? Think about that for 30 seconds, 20 seconds. The minute that someone sends you an email saying, hey, we're interested in your product, that's where it starts. Is that the first contact? Is that the first call? That's step number 1. If we have a good conversation, what is step number 2? Well, Angel, we most likely will schedule a meeting. Okay, so step number 2 is scheduling an appointment. Hey, if everything goes well in that appointment, what is step number 3? Well, most likely we'll probably do a demo. Okay, step number 3 is a demo. So think about those steps on a high scale level where you are defining how many steps does our process have. Here's the other way to think about this. How many gates from start to finish does your process have? Same thing, but it's just a different question, right? Steps, gates are exactly the same. You open a gate, you start a step, you close the gate, it means that you're ready for the next step. And the third question that I want you to think about is, well, or idea, keep it big picture. Don't get into the details. So I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, and I want you to think about that and write something on your notes that would say, these are the 4 or 5 main steps that we need to go through. Give you a couple of seconds to think about that. How many steps does your sales process have or should have? Here's a very quick example that I wanted to share with you. So this is the gate selling process, right? And I'm just showing you the first 3 gates that a company put together that makes it that describes what their sales process is. Take a look at the blue section, please. Okay, ignore the green and the yellow section for now. Look at the blue section. This company determined that there's 3 gates in their sales process. We start with a contact, which is typically a conversation that could be in a networking event, it could be over the phone, it could even be by email, it could be by LinkedIn, but there is a first contact. If everything works well in the first contact, second stage or gate is a 20-minute call. Now, why do they want to include a 20-minute call? Well, they want to make sure that they pre-qualify the opportunity before spending more time on it, right? Just like we need to qualify as vendors for companies, they need to qualify as prospects for our companies as well, right? And the third step, if everything works well in that 20-minute call, they move to an appointment. This is what I was asking you just a while ago. Think about those major or main steps. Let's go to step number 2. Now that you have determined how many steps does your sales process have, now the second step is you have to do a double click into every single gate or step and ask yourself these questions. Question number 1, what steps must be completed in this gate? What critical information must we gather in this particular step? What key questions must be asked before we advance to the next step? Fourth, what critical actions must be completed before moving to the next step? And in bold letters, what decision must be made at the end of this step? And that is a very important concept. Every single step in your sales process should help you accomplishing or getting into a decision. Something needs to be decided at the end of every single step, which is investing more time together, doing a demo, inviting other decision makers. So in bold letters, make sure that you are clear about the decision that needs to be made in every single step. Let me give you an example. Going back to my client. So if you look at the green section, which are the 4 key actions that must be completed in every step, what they did is, and I'll refer to the second one, to gate number 2, a 20-minute call. The 4 things that they must complete or make sure that they finish before moving to the appointment are understanding the prospect's 1 to 3 year goals. So what do they want to accomplish in the next 1 to 3 years? Understanding where their prospect is heading. How are they thinking about growing their business? What are their goals? Number 2, identify any surface pains or pain points that could get in the way in that path to growth. And they need to be asking those questions in that particular step. Number 3, identify the chain of command. Who makes the decisions? Who gets involved? Who are the key stakeholders? Who are some influencers? Who do we need to be talking to during this process? Number 4, set up the appointment with the proper expectations. Now, one thing that we've discovered is that whatever you decide to include in that green section under critical actions or critical steps inside that particular gate, if they don't get completed, if they are not completed, you're going to have problems in the next step. Does that make sense? Because you're missing information. You have decided to move to the next step with information that is incomplete, that you still need to make sure that you uncover or ask your client about it. So I'm going to give you 1 minute, and I want you to select one step in your process. And big picture, what are the 4 things that you must accomplish in that particular step before advancing to the next step? Because if you don't, you're going to have problems in the next step. Take 30 seconds. And you must complete this exercise for every single step in your playbook. What are the things that you must complete, get done? What decisions need to be made? What questions do you need to ask before you move on to the next step? These are the 4 critical actions. Don't get mad at your prospect if they did something that you were not expecting, right? As a result of something that you didn't get completed, in a previous step. Remember, Mr. Prospect, the process is mine, the decision is yours. You are guiding the prospect through your sales process. So now that you've thought about the 4 things that you need to make sure that you cover or you complete in one of those steps that you selected, keep in mind you're gonna have to go back maybe and review this and make sure that you do a double click into each of those steps. Now, 4 actions is just a concept. There could be 8. There could be 10 tasks that must be completed. Make sure that you do a brainstorm and you have a clear picture of everything that must be completed. Stage number 3. Now, I want you to think about the pivotal points. Every single gate in your process, every single step will also include stalls, objections, roadblocks, things that will get in the way that could stall the process. So I made a list of things that we see most commonly happening in every single step. You are defining what are the most common stalls that we know we're going to be facing in the first meeting. Going back, what are some of the frequent roadblocks when we are doing a demo? And how can we prepare in advance for those? We could be talking about recurrent objections. When we meet with clients for the first time, what are the most common objections that they're throwing at us that we need to get prepared with? Another one, challenging questions. That's an interesting one because when you are thinking about questions, part of your playbook should have 3 buckets under the section titled questioning strategies. Bucket number 1, questions that are tough to answer. You know, there's always a couple of questions that are tough and we don't know how to answer them. So make sure that you put those in that bucket and you practice. Find out what the best response would be. Second bucket, questions that get me in trouble. I know you've got a few. And you know how they get us in trouble? Because we start talking too much and we stop asking questions, right? They throw a curveball at you, right? And they ask, so what makes you different? And you start rolling your sleeves and say, let me tell you what, in the next 45 minutes is talking about your features and your benefits, right? And your time's up. You never asked a single question, right? And you go back excited because you're thinking, hey, I've got a prospect. And you forgot about the other 4 key actions that you said you were going to complete. It was your decision to move forward to the next step. And then you start handling objections and you're arm wrestling with the prospect in the next step. They're ghosting you. They're not returning calls. They said your proposal was too high. It's not the right time. Closing is never the problem. If you think that you have a closing problem, that is not right. That is not correct. A closing problem is a symptom of something that is not working in your process. It's either something that you skipped, something that was undefined, questions that you decided not to ask, and steps that you decided to skip because you got happy ears. So careful about that. Closing is never the problem. I'm going to give you some examples of what we call them pivotal points, because these are situations where you have to be very good at pivoting away from, right? Or doing a 90-degree turn or an 80-degree turn. You just have to make sure that you're making a move to get outside of this situation. I'm going to refer to the 20-minute call. What are the roadblocks, stalls, and challenges this organization is coming across when they are pre-qualifying clients that are interested in their services? 4 things. They're not speaking to the decision maker. Oh, but they want to meet. They want to get a proposal from you. They want to get a quote from you, but they're not the decision maker. If you've been in sales long enough, you know that that's a big problem. Second roadblock. Typically, at the end of the 20-minute call, they say, hey, send me some information. Hey, send me something that, talks to me about your services, and we'll give you a call. If you've been in sales long enough as I've been, you know that they're never going to give you a call, and you're probably going to have to be chasing this prospect for the next, 4 or 8 weeks. How do you handle a send me information that is too early in the process? What information am I supposed to send you if we haven't had, a conversation about your needs yet? The other one, price. The biggest problem with pricing or sharing costs is that sometimes prospects ask for that information too early in the process. It's still not the right time. Who cares how much it costs? We still need to first determine if we're even a fit. 4th situation, it's not a priority. It's not the right time. How do you respond to those 4 situations? And here's something that we've discovered. You may be thinking that every step will have an endless list of objections or stalls. No. There's always 4 or 5 that are 80% of your headaches. You just have to get great at 4 situations, pivoting away from 3 situations or 5 situations, but we don't have them documented. So at the end of the process, this is what your playbook or the framework, this is how it should look like. You have your steps or your gates. You have the 4 actions that need to be executed in every single gate. And then you have the most common objections that we need to make sure that we rehearse, that we prepare. And then when you put all this together, this is what happens. You'll build a roadmap. This is what their sales playbook is looking like now, right? So they have a step. Next to it, in those black letters, those are the questions that they need to be asking. That's the information that they need to be uncovering before they move to the next step. In those red letters, those are the objections, the stalls they need to get prepared with. And every The figure that you see between steps, so for example, there's a figure there between first contact and first meeting. There's another figure there between first meeting and demo. What that means is before we move to the next step, a decision must be made. What decision? You have to define that. Every single step in your process must include a decision that needs to be made at the end. And we continue with this process, right? They also developed what the second half of their process looks like. If they have a great first meeting, they'll move to the demo. Sometimes between the demo and the quote, do you see it in the model? They need to include other decision makers. So instead of being linear, just going vertically, they may be sidetracked because they need to include other decision makers, and they defined the actions, the things that they need to uncover, the questions they need to ask, and everything that needs to be uncovered during this process. And next to each of the steps, there are the most important objections, stalls that need to be addressed, that need to be solved before we move to the next step. Like I said, it's a simple process, but you have to be strategic. You have to sit down and dedicate some time asking yourself those three questions. How many steps? What do we have in every step? And what are the objections in every step? Once you document that, once you have it in somewhere, it's very easy to pull it out every Monday. So this is how companies do it. In our Monday morning meetings, we pulled out that playbook and we say, hey, today we're going to spend the next 20 minutes rehearsing how to deal with someone that says, hey, send me information in a 20-minute call. Why? Because they're ghosting us. And we do some role playing. And we're sharing and we're learning. Next week, we open up that playbook and we say, hey, let's practice this today, how to set up meetings or appointments with proper expectations. You go first, and then I rehearse, I go after. And we start rehearsing those plays, right? Any questions that you may have about the process? Any objections? I mean, any doubts? Not objections, but doubts. Yes, ma'am. Yep. You mean dealing with clients that are, or people that are already your clients? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Expanding, developing accounts. Okay. Yeah. It will require a different type of playbook, because now the question that you need to ask is the same process. You need to ask, okay, so what do we do with our existing clients? What's step number one? Right. Well, and I call this. Let me share this with you. Can you write down the next letters? R, E, C, O, N, recon. Every letter stands for a goal that must be met when you meet with existing clients. R means let's review the reason why we started doing business together. E, what has been your experience so far? On a scale from 1 to 10. 10 is perfect, 1 is you're very unhappy. C, what do we need to change? O, new opportunities. That's the upsell, that's the cross-sell, the new services, the new technologies, the new pitch. N, next steps. So I just gave you kind of a framework that you can play with and that you can actually use to build. It doesn't have to be that complicated or sophisticated, but hey, we want to grow our existing accounts. Let's put together a process that says, how many steps should we go through? Well, the first step should be just a customer service call. See how things are going. Identifying opportunities. Hey, if that's a successful conversation, step number 2 is we do the pitch, we offer the new service. Third, we have to do a demo. It's the same process that you have to go through, okay? Great question. Any other questions or doubts that you may have? Yes, ma'am. Yes, actually, this is a service. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter if it's a product or if it's a service, right? The process is the same, right? You're just selling a different product. Great question. Anybody else? How much time do we have? I lost track of time. Huh? 30 minutes, okay. Any other questions besides this? Send me an email, and I can send you the format, okay, that you can follow in order to complete each of the steps and make sure that you are following the process. Happy to send you that, right? But it's basically the format, and I'll walk you through the steps on how to do that. Now let's talk about basic behaviors. Basic behaviors related to your playbook. And there's really 2 concepts that I want to share with you today. One of the biggest mistakes that sales teams or sales professionals make is that they don't spend enough time preparing the first 5 minutes of a meeting. Those are probably the most important ones. And you have to make sure that part of your playbook includes those first 5 minutes of a meeting. What do I mean by that? Well, if we do a double click into that concept, what happens in the first 5 minutes? Well, 3 huge behaviors. Behavior number 1 that you have to master: bonding and rapport. How do you build trust with someone in the first 5 minutes of a conversation? It's not simple. Especially if you are somebody that doesn't do well with strangers, you're going to have a hard time in those first 5 minutes. But if you're really good with strangers, how do you make sure that you are using that strength and not improvising, but actually putting it as part of your process? In the first 5 minutes of every conversation or meeting, your first goal should be, in the bonding and rapport section, identify the prospect's personality. And there's 4 personalities. 4 personalities. And you need to identify this in the first 5 minutes. They are either dominant people, so make sure that you're bottom line driven. They are happy people, friendly people. They're going to talk too much. Third, they're shy. They will be reserved. And fourth, you will see that they don't do very well with strangers. They're not that friendly. They'll cut you off really quick. Step number 1 in your playbook, first 5 minutes. I would encourage you to start reading people better and identifying their styles. Second objective in the first 5 minutes, setting proper expectations. Every single meeting or every single appointment needs to have proper expectations set. How much time are we going to be together? What are the expectations for the meeting? And what are we trying to decide today? What should be the goal for today's meeting? So making sure that you set the proper expectations in the first 5 minutes of a call will be key. And the third is your 30-second commercial. How do you explain what you do? It doesn't have to be 30 seconds, that's just a concept. But how do you explain what you do to help people engage and start a conversation and be willing to share with you situations that they're going through, pains that they're experiencing? That should be part of your playbook. 3 key behaviors: identifying people's profiles, defining clear expectations, and making sure that you master your 30-second commercial. And there's multiple resources that you can use to dig deeper into these 3 concepts. Has anybody heard about DISC? DISC, D-I-S-C. There's many information out there, a lot of information. That is for the bonding and rapport stage, identifying profiles. Every single personality buys different and connects in a different way. Setting better expectations for meeting. Do your research. There's multiple resources out there. How to set proper expectations for a meeting. And third, I think you need to be spending more time or investing time learning how your 30-second commercial should look like. And here's the last concept that I want to share with you. Another big mistake that a lot of sales professionals make is that they rush through the last step of a meeting or an appointment. You run out of time. And because you run out of time, the next steps are not set properly. So here's a simple concept that should be part of your playbook. If you have an appointment with a prospect, make sure that you end the meeting 10 minutes before the time that you had allocated. So let's pretend that the meeting was scheduled for 60 minutes. Please stop at the 50-minute mark. If it was set for 30 minutes, please stop at the 20-minute mark. Because what we do is we run out of time. And then in the last 2 minutes that's left, you want to define next steps, you want to summarize the meeting, you want to go over things, and you know what? The person that you're meeting with is already thinking about his or her next meeting or whatever is coming up next in their calendar. You've lost them. If you want to stop people ghosting you, if you want to stop having uncertain next steps after every meeting or appointment, make sure that the last 10 minutes of a meeting are focused on the next steps. You ready? Step number 1, summarizing your notes from the meeting. So make sure that you make a summary. Step number 2, validate the information. Validate the information. Are you missing anything? Is there anything else that we need to cover? So you summarize, you validate, and the third step, you define the next steps. You define the next steps. And here's the bonus one. If the decision at the end of that meeting is to invest more time or to set up another meeting, here's the bonus and the fourth step. Ask your prospect to pull out the calendar and let's make sure that we book the next appointment. You will not believe how many times we still hear sales professionals saying something like this. Well, it was great meeting you. I'll send you an email with the information and then we can decide when we can do our next meeting. Hey, good luck with your next meeting, but we'll be in touch. Click. What happened? Right? And again, the next 3 weeks, you're chasing the person to get them in the calendar. No. Terrible habit, terrible behaviors because of a lack of a process. Summarize, validate, set the next steps, put it in the calendar. Make sure that you're being consistent with those behaviors. Simple things that need to be part of your playbook. I think we've got some few more minutes for any other questions or things that you might be. Q&A. Any Q&A here? Yes, go ahead. Oh, hiring salespeople. Okay, great question. Let me give you another list of letters. You ready? Okay, here's an acronym. Because acronyms are really, they're very useful, right? Because they put ideas together. S, as in Sandy. E, as Elizabeth. A, as Angel. R, as in Robert. C, as in Cat. And H, as in Hector. When you are looking for sales talent, those are the 6 things that you need to make sure that you define in order to identify the type of salesperson that you need. S means what kind of skills are you looking to hire? What are the skills that a person would need in order to be successful in this role? That's what S means. E, experience. What type of experience are you looking for? Hey, I'm hiring someone that can set up appointments for an appointment setter. Okay, well, what type of experience are you want them to have? A, attitude. Take a look at the culture of the company, of your company. Take a look at the values that you're looking people to have. Take a look at the attitudes, a team player, positive outlook, right? What are the things that you want to hire? What are the attitudes that you're looking in for people to have? R means results. When you interview somebody, what are the type of results that you want them to show you and proof that they've done before, right? And you can find that in the curriculum. You can ask them to bring that information, but you're looking for what kind of results have you produced, right, in the past. C means cognitive skills. What type of cognitive skills do you want to hire or you want someone to have? For example, how coachable are they? How fast do they learn? Are they open for growth or not? So cognitive skills is another one. And again, you can research this and you can find a list of cognitive skills that are important for sales. And H means habits. What type of habits do you want these people to have in order to onboard them and see if they're a right fit for the company? So the short answer is make a list of the inventory that you're looking for people to have in order to be a fit for your team in terms of those 6 areas. Okay? Now, DISC could also be helpful. Very quickly. D means dominant people. Dominant people are typically natural closers. They're good for closing business. They're good for driving results. They're good for making things happening, right? Because they're very goal-driven. The problem is that sometimes they lack people skills. So you have to coach them on that. I, which is influencers. They're great at opening doors. They're great at networking, filling the pipeline with opportunities, meeting new people. They're typically more natural at lead generation activities because they love those relationships. They love being out there and speaking to strangers. S, which is steady relators. Those people are great or very natural at account management, customer service. They're really not that good with speaking to strangers or prospecting. They have to invest a lot of energy. So real good at account management and customer service. And C's, which is compliant people, That's where the DISC comes from. C, which is compliant. They are great for high technical sales. They like to become experts. So they're very good with details, sophisticated products, sophisticated systems. They want to become experts. So that's another thing that you have to think about. What type of role am I trying to fill? And if you have already some people in your company, in your sales team, well, what type of personalities do I have? And what are the gaps that I need to fill with different personalities, right? And then if you use that inventory search, you can start carving or even imagining the silhouette that an ideal candidate should have in order to be the next sales talent that you wanna hire. That was a long answer, but I wanted to give you all the elements. Any other question or doubts? Yes, sir, go ahead. Yeah, short. One of the things that has been very helpful for us, and we see a lot of companies using, is what we call lead management systems. Like, for example, like Pipedrive. Tools like that will help you managing the opportunities once they're inside the funnel. Once we have a conversation and we have a suspect, hey, where do we put this? You put it in a spreadsheet and then it gets lost, right? So you put it in a tool like Pipedrive, and there's multiple out there, right? What I like about that tool, it's very simple. It just keeps you on track. And it sends you alerts when you're falling behind your follow-ups. It sends you alert when the next activity should be executed. And it's very easy to manage those opportunities and put them in the next stage, and then you can adapt it or change it, and even to your playbook. So you can set up the different stages according to the playbook that you build. So that's because sometimes there's CRMs out there that are phenomenal, but sometimes they're too complicated, right? I would start with something very simple, like just a lead management system. They're not even CRMs, right? And then once you get into that rhythm and you start needing more information, then you can take the next step and start looking at, CRMs like Microsoft Dynamics or all those, what's the other one called? Salesforce and all those things that, exactly, absolutely. Just look for something that can help you manage your activities so they don't fall through the cracks, right? Because you have them in a spreadsheet or in your notes, they're in a notebook, right? Great question. Anything else? Mm-hmm. Were these these? Let's see. This is oh, yes. This is what I can use for that question. So this is a different conversation, right, than the one we just had. Because the one we just had is once you have opportunities in the funnel, how do you manage them and close them, convert them? This is the stage prior to that. In other words, how do we even get opportunities in the pipeline? So we said there's three main objectives. The first one is making sure that you define how many contacts do we need every single week to find opportunities. Because not every single I could speak to each one of you today, and I will probably find someone that says, hey, let's have a conversation. That means I needed 7 or 8 conversations to get somebody interested. You need to define that. And you may not know. Well, just take a guess. 5 conversations, 10 conversations a week, and start tracking it. Second step, which is the second stage, strategies. What are the prospecting strategies that I'm either most comfortable with, I feel that they're the most productive, they're the most efficient, and here are some prospecting activities. Well, actually some of them. Emails, LinkedIn, you're doing dials, you're asking for referrals, right? It's your prospecting mix, right? Which is this second stage of the process. And you see here, this individual selected 4 strategies. Asking for referrals. Second, dials. Third, sorry about the typo, it's LinkedIn. And fourth, networking. So if this person was part of my team, this is what this person is telling me. Angel, I need 5 conversations a week. Okay. I'm going to use 4 prospecting strategies to get those 5 conversations. Referrals, dials, LinkedIn, and networking. Perfect. Let's do a double click into every stage. So now, Mr. Sales Professional, when you say referrals, what exactly are you going to do? What's the activity or the behavior? You know what it is? Referral asks. That is the only thing you can control. The only thing that I would expect from you is making sure that you do your 5 or 10 referral asks per week. Forget about getting a referral. Let's start with asking for referrals. Does that make sense? That is a behavior that I know that you're 100% in control of because you can do it. You cannot control whether you get a referral or not. That is what I mean doing a double click into every strategy and turning it into a behavior that I'm expecting from you to do. Second strategy, the dials. How many times are you going to pick up the phone and dial? Oh, I'm going to do 15 a day. Perfect. 10 a day, 20 a day. I'm just focusing on the behavior. Third, LinkedIn. Tell me, what are you going to do? Post so many number of times a day. Send emails to new people. Refer people. What exactly are you going to do with LinkedIn? What are the behaviors? Networking. Like I said, hey, select the 2 or 3 events that you plan to visit this month, and then tell me, what are you going to do during those events? Besides showing up, right, which is the first step. You show up. How many new people do you want to meet? Hey, here's another one. How many 30-second commercials do you want to share? Because if you say, you know, Angel, I went to a networking event last night, and I did 4 30-second commercials. What does that tell you? That the person was meeting with people, right? He was starting conversations as opposed to just standing there waiting for someone to start a conversation with them. It's never going to happen. He or she was actively meeting with people, mingling, right? And meeting, and he had an opportunity, or she had an opportunity to do 4 30-second commercials because those people gave them some time. That's what I'm looking for, right? And then your job, either as a business owner, as a manager, or as an individual who's looking to improve their numbers, is to manage the outer ring. Manage your behaviors. Don't manage results. You can't control results, but you can control your behaviors. You manage the outer ring. How many times are you actually doing it? And you start your week saying, this week, I'm going to do 20 dials. I'm going to ask 5 people for referrals. I'm going to attend 2 networking events, and I want to meet 5 people in every single networking event that I'm going to be attending. And in LinkedIn, I'm going to reach out to 5 people a week, 1 a day. There you go. See you on Friday to do a rinse off of the week. And I want to see if you accomplished all those behaviors you said you were going to make. And second, what kind of results did that produce you? And after you keep tracking this outer ring, week after week after week after week after week, after the 4th week, and you close the month, there's 3 questions. These are the 3 questions you need to be asking yourself at the end of the week. Ready? What do I need to do more? Because it's working. Keep doing it. What do I need to do different? Because it's not working. And how do you know it's not working? Well, I looked at my numbers and I see that I didn't get the number of conversations or appointments. What do I need to do different? Angel, forget about dials. Dials is not working. I'm going to get rid of that strategy and I'm going to insert Facebook, social media, or I'm going to insert webinars. I'm going to start doing webinars. All right? And here's the third question. What do I need to do better? Love it. Here's how it's different. A different means I'm going to eliminate dials and I'm going to include webinars. That's different. And better means I'm going to keep dials. I need to get better on the phone. Because I had a few wins, but I had losses, but I have a feeling that I need to keep doing my dials. I just need to get better. That's the difference. Okay? Because you attended the session, if you want the slides, just shoot me an email and I'll be happy to send you the slides. If there's any questions that you have or if you want to discuss something, I'm available. Just shoot me an email. Happy to visit with you and answer any questions that you may have about either the prospecting playbook or the sales playbook. We're here to be a resource, but I'll make sure that I make these available for you if you're interested in just glancing at the PowerPoint deck again, because I know that it's hard to be taking notes and listening. So maybe going back and reviewing these, those are available. We're good? Thank you very much. Great selling.